the way, so it's an advanced screening. All right, we got to start with the big story. Sean Diddy Combs has been convicted of prostitution-related offense, but acquitted on the most serious charges of his New York trial on Wednesday. He was convicted of transporting people across state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution. But the jury acquitted him of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges, which were related to allegations that he forced girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with other men. But his lawyer said the women were willing participants.
So I was watching a breakdown on this, and a number of lawyers were saying that the state, the 9th District, really overshot and were charging him with RICO violations. And so, like they said, if you were to really contort things, you could maybe get that to stick, but that it was an uphill battle, that it was too much.
Well, they just stuck with the RICO, but they did not go with the Suave.
Right, yeah.
Fortunately.
The Suave, that's a harder one to prove.
Yeah, so the mixed result could still put Combs behind bars, possibly for up to a decade. They're saying more than likely 5 years. Judge declined to grant bail to Combs, meaning that the hip-hop mogul won't go free while he awaits sentencing in his sex crimes case. Sentencing has been set for October 3rd of this year.
That's the bitch of having your own private jet. If you're considered a flight risk and you have a jet, that's probably going to be a problem.
Following comments from Sean Combs' large defense team, attorney Mark Agnafilo said that they will not be talking about the bail decision because it is still a pending unresolved matter. He said, though, today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. He also said the jury was wonderful. He said they listened to every word and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of racketeering, conspiracy, and he was absolutely innocent of that.
Now, he is still eligible for the big friggin' deal, correct?
Anybody.
Yeah, okay,
actually, you can take advantage of that. So after defense attorneys asked for a more expedited sentencing, District Judge Aaron Subramanian agreed to move up the sentencing date from October. He did not set a new date for the sentencing itself, though. Combs briefly tried to raise his hand to speak in court when they denied him bail. The judge, he wanted him to give some kind of an explanation, but the judge seemed to ignore the move and instead asked Assistant United States Attorney Maureen McComey to respond to the defense arguments.
Tell your client to put his hand down.
The judge told defense attorneys that Combs' continued detention is in part because of the argument used by his own lawyers to secure a partial acquittal that Combs engaged in domestic violence,
yes,
but not sex trafficking. So they did admit that, and of course you have the video of him beating the gal, the woman in the hallway.
So this ends up this way, Preston. We're in the after verdict aspect of this. Let's say he moves along. Say they appeal. Let's say he gets maybe even a more reduced sentence or time served, whatever. That video is
horrible.
so effing damning.
Yep.
I don't know, how you move forward from that.
Well,
or should you be allowed to?
It's a weird-ass world,
It
dude.
is a weird
We've
world.
seen some really strange and really terrible people move on to be successful after you see them doing terrible things. So I agree with you.
He's beating the crap out of her in the hallway.
So the judge said to the lawyer, he said, you full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here and domestic violence is violence. You said this was a case that did have violence. As to the basic question of violence, you conceded that in your closing. So that's why the no bail.
Yes, Your Honor, but I was just saying that.
Yeah. I'd like to add the a writ of just saying.
Just saying.
Combs,
as perfected by the good people of the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
Combs was seen passing multiple notes to his defense attorney, who continued to plead for the judge to release him.
You're cute.
That's what the note says. Agnafilo says Combs wants to be sentenced as soon as possible. He was largely motionless at the counsel table. He was seen covering his face with his hand. In an interview, Cassie Ventura, she's the woman that was beaten, her attorney said that they had expected Combs would be convicted of the sex trafficking count involving her, which he said was the most important count to her, and said, I think that obviously she'd be a lot happier if the jury had convicted on that, but she's at peace with the verdict. He was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, one of which is in connection with her.
Did you see outside the courtroom there were Combs supporters who were so stupid, rubbing baby oil all over themselves?
Are you serious?
I swear.
I did not see that. I mean, and that's from the freak.
That's from the freakouts. Yeah.
Oh my God! Wow. All right. Well, we'll see where this goes. Obviously. Kate Middleton opened up about her emotional aftermath of her cancer treatment during a visit to Colchester Hospital, calling the experience really, really difficult. She described the challenges of appearing stoic, saying, "You put on a sort of brave face, but actually that's not the case once treatment ends." Despite finishing chemotherapy in September last year, she admitted that she still struggles to function normally at home and return to normal life, and emphasized the importance of having support during recovery. She said having someone to help talk you through is really valuable, and she noted that finding a new normal takes time and compared her recovery to a roller coaster.
Man, I love her. I love there's footage of her interacting with cancer patients and people, and it's not one of those, Preston, there's 200 cameras trained on her, and it's a press event where you're putting on your best. It's like sort of caught from the side, and she may not have been aware she's being filmed, but she is so sincere.
Does it remind you of Diana a little bit? Because she was that way.
And then some, yeah.
Nice.
You got to think, like, if you're not born into that family, right? If you marry into it, you have some normalcy left.
Yeah.
And that can lend
At least you know what it's like.
Right. And Diana was the same way. And, I don't have really much of an opinion one way or the other about the royal family, but they are entrenched in what they've been for centuries, and she's fresh blood coming in. So Steve, maybe your observations are because she didn't have to grow up in that,
Yeah, I mean, when you're raised with a royal ass wiper,
every bit
there, and as it depicted in the series The Crown, that comes with its own set of bizarre requirements and things. Yeah.
It's a weird dynamic.
But you do get someone to wipe your ass.
So Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez's $60 million Beverly Hills mansion is off the market, but unfortunately for them...
I apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Are either of them realtors? Because they might be able to help in this situation.
Chris Gon's going to handle
Chris
this
Gon
one.
Realty.
Mm-hmm. So
Skull Sealer. What do you think about this place?
Listen, so this is off the market, but unfortunately for them, it's not because the house sold. It's because their listing expired this week.
Oh, wow.
They may still sell the house off market or relist it, but yeah, man.
Last we heard, it was they actually took a bit of a reduced price.
Yeah, they did. I've got the details on that.
Yeah.
So Ben and Jen first listed the home last year ahead of their split. They finalized their divorce in January of this year, agreeing to split any profits from the sale. Originally, it was priced at $68 million. The home's price was cut by $8 million in May, but still didn't sell, reportedly due in part to Lopez's resistance to lowering the price. So when they've knocked it down $8 million.
When you sold your house before this one for $50-60 million.
Yeah.
It was tough, right?
Well, our listing didn't expire, but it came close.
Did it really?
Yeah, it was down to the wire.
I spent some time with my family. I have family that live in California, and some of whom live in Brentwood, which is where Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez lived, and some lived in the Palisades, where the fires were. And it's still awful, and like a bomb went off. And I'm really curious to see how the real estate will be affected in places like the Palisades and places like Brentwood, which are right next to the Palisades, over the next decade, because it's going to take forever for them to rebuild that community.
So it's funny you should mention that. I was watching a video of Adam Carolla, and remember he had a video that went viral right after everything went down, and he was talking about, he goes, they're telling you they're going to get right on this, and he says, this state with all its permitting and so on and so forth, he goes, you watch, it won't be, you watch what's happening. So we're about 6 months off of when everything went down, and he played the original video of him making that prediction, Nick, and they're flying drones over the whole area. Except for a little bit of cleaning, nothing is being built.
There was helicopter footage from ABC7, and I shared it on my Instagram stories the other day from Los Angeles, and it's just like it was 6 months ago. And
maybe a little cleaner, right?
Maybe a little cleaner, but my cousin and her husband, who live in the Palisades, they are in all likelihood not going to rebuild there, even though they still own the lot. There's no infrastructure whatsoever.
This reminds me of my friends that are in Florida. The same problem's happening where it's like they actually can't build. Like the city can't keep up with permits and such. There are already so many behind before the tragedies happened.
The hurricanes?
Yeah, the hurricanes happened there and like the fires, so
tough,
they can't even do it. And then are there, construction workers even available to do all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Jennifer thinks they can get more money for the home, but the real estate market is not there. A source told Us Weekly. 38,000 square foot. 38,000
My goodness.
square foot estate. Has 12 bedrooms, 24 bathrooms.
I could sell it in a weekend, and here's what you do. He's got to dress up as Batman. He's got to park the Batmobile in front, have some snacks, and invite all the nerds over to check out the house. Wealthy, high-tech.
Wealthy nerds.
Yeah. And then sell that sucker.
Got 12 bedrooms, 24 bathrooms, a tennis court, boxing ring, sports facilities,
boxing ring.
and a 12-car garage.
Jesus. At the most, how many cars have you had in one?
My God.
10?
Yeah, something like that. All right, so Miley Cyrus, Josh Groban, Lyle Lovett, and Bone Thugs and Harmony are among the... And Bone Thugs and Harmony, they're among the 35 stars set to receive Hollywood Walk of Fame
Josh Groban?
honors next year. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's a lot of names on here. You're going to go, really?
Maybe Groban this will be our shot at getting him on the show.
So honorees include Grammy winners like Angelique Kidjo, the Clark sisters, Timothy Chalamet, Rami Malek, and Marion Cotillard. So it's interesting how some people, and I'll give you some other names, but Timothy Chalamet has not been around that long.
No.
And he's already getting a star.
You realize, though, how much of it is the raising of the money, power players, movie studios who step up and say, we're going to give you a star.
Yeah. Tony Scott will get a posthumous star, and special effects artist Carlo Rambaldi. International talent is represented as well. Leah Salonga, Lucero, Emily Blunt, Deepika Padukone, Gordon Ramsay. But I like this, Brat Pack icons Demi Moore and Molly Ringwald.
Oh, that's cool.
Will be honored too. Also Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias.
Holy God. So Tony Scott directed Top Gun and directed a number of other movies that you'd be familiar with. And Carlo Rambaldi built E.T., the actual physical E.T.
And Shaquille O'Neal will get a star as well. Air Supply and a few others that I saw in here. Stanley Tucci is getting one. Sarah Michelle Gellar, Bradley Whitford, and Noah Wiley as well.
Wow, man. When do they eventually...
Run out of space?
Run out of space.
Don't know. Do not know. At some point it will happen. Yeah. Let me see. How about this? We got to talk about Bachelors. We always talk about The Bachelor. After battling rumors, husband Nick Borello had been cheating on her. Former Bachelor star Kalia Quinn announced happy news for the couple. Quinn told People Magazine, "We are over the moon to share that our family is growing.
We're having a baby."
No, a baby.
What?
A baby.
Baby.
Say it. Baby.
Chocolate.
The couple already share two toddlers. Daughter Teddy, who is 2, Teddi.
That's okay.
And Christian, who is 11. So,
that's him. He's the proud father cutting the umbilical cord, but he's cutting a cord for a monitor. Gordon Ramsay, you mentioned about getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. How much of Fox's primetime schedule involves Gordon Ramsay shows? It's insane.
Yeah.
He's got the latest one, Secret.
Oh, Secret Service?
Yeah, I think that's
Is that what it's called?
But there's like 12 other goddamn shows.
Good for him. He's doing well.
Yeah.
All right. Lily Allen. This is wild. Definitely has a progressive attitude towards abortion. On her most recent Miss Me podcast, she admitted that she's had so many abortions, she struggled to remember the exact amount. She said, "I'd get pregnant all the time. Abortions. I've had a few, but then again, I can't remember exactly how many. I think it's maybe I want to say 4 or 5. Wow. And her
When you lose
co-host,
track.
Makita Oliver, is on the same page, adding she's had about 5, too. And she said, Lily, I'm so happy that I can say that and you can say it, and no one came to shoot us down. No judgment. We've had about the same amount of abortions. You don't normally hear chit-chat like that.
No.
Alan does have 2 kids, Ethel and Marnie, who are 12 and 11, by the way, with her ex-husband, Sam Cooper. So there's this little light conversation between those two.
Yeah, that's weird because you just sort of, up until this moment, I was like, yeah, abortion is something that you get one time, you know?
Right.
'Cause you made that one mistake.
Yep.
You know, you can make that mistake over and over again, and clearly she did. Wow.
Yep.
So she has problems with that, but she can tell you how many jelly beans are in a jar. So it goes both ways.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So Charlize Theron isn't your typical 40-something. She's 49, and she has said recently that she just had 3 one-night stands in her life, and she's not against them. However, as she admitted, her third one came just recently with a man young enough to be her son. She spilled that the guy was 26.
Oh, my God, you are my son.
She had such a good time. She said, I should have done this in my 20s. One of the reasons that she doesn't date much is she's a single mom of 2 kids, and she said, who has time for dates and shaving and waxing and makeup, and I have 2 children who have to go to school. So she's saying she doesn't really have enough time to date.
Isn't,
very
though,
often.
kind of the thrill that she's with a 26-year-old when she's 49? When she was in her 20s, I'm sure she had a lot of 20-year-olds.
Yeah,
right?
maybe.
That's the big thing.
Yeah. 30 years after the intense submarine thriller Crimson Tide hit theaters,
Good movie.
comes word that a sequel is in development.
Do you know who directed it?
Jerry
Scott?
Bruckheimer.
No, Tony Scott.
Oh, I'm
Scott,
sorry.
yeah.
Jerry Bruckheimer's the producer.
Yes.
And he revealed how he's developing a follow-up to the hit film.
I love that movie.
I do, too.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
But the cool part is that they're going to put the submarines into the world of NASCAR, Preston.
He said, we have a really good director and writer talking to the Navy right now about what's going on under the water. And he added that he's hoping that Denzel Washington would consider coming back for part 2. He said if we'd give him a good script, I think he could do it.
I think a night, it'd be cool, a hybrid between that and Training Day.
Oh, my
playing
God.
his character. Listen, that movie is solid. I don't think it gets quite the attention that it deserves, but it's great.
The 90s classic features some of the biggest names in Hollywood, both on screen and behind the scenes. Washington, the late Gene Hackman, James Gandolfini, all-starred. Quentin Tarantino actually had a hand in writing that script, which I did not know. And Viggo Mortensen, obviously, was a big part of that movie, too.
He's very sweaty in that movie.
He is very sweaty in that movie.
Is the AC broken?
That's a good point.
I like how Denzel makes the argument about the Kirby Silver Surfer versus the other Silver Surfer to the one. Like, there's a fight that breaks out in the submarine.
That might have been Tarantino's contribution.
You're right. That's very, very much like him. Wow. All right. And then finally, The Last of Us co-creator Neil Druckmann has announced that he is stepping away from the HBO series to focus on new projects at his video game company, Naughty Dog. As a reminder, The Last of Us, the TV show, is an adaptation of the video game developed by Naughty Dog. Neil will turn his focus to writing and directing the upcoming game Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, and he revealed the news in a post to social media. He said, now is the right time for me to transition my complete focus to Naughty Dog. He added that co-creating the show has been a career highlight. Haley Gross, who co-wrote The Last of Us Part 2 and served as a writer and executive producer on the show, is also stepping back, saying that she's, quote, so appreciative of how special this experience has been. Despite their departures, both will retain executive producer credits. Series co-creator Craig Mazin praised Druckmann as a generous creative partner and affirmed that he will continue leading the series into its 3rd season.
I like that guy because he's a big Pearl Jam fan and Seattle music fan. So a lot of the Pearl Jam drops and nods to the Seattle music show up in the series because of him and his musical taste.
Do you know the funny thing is that basically he insisted they stick to the progression of the games.
Okay.
And when the games were released, the first one was a huge hit. The second one didn't do so well, and a lot of it for the same reason. So, Pedro Pascal's character.
Yeah.
Well, I won't give
Yeah, don't
away
say it.
What happens,
but long story short, that didn't sit well with the gaming community, and it caused a reduction in viewership for season 2 of Last of Us. they had the balls to do it, which I think is cool.
Yeah, I'm on board.
And so we'll see what they do in the third season.
I really enjoyed the second season. So, all right, we're doing Friday-like things today. Not all Friday things, but one of them is we're going to bring you up to speed on the movies that are opening today. There's one film opening today, and it is Jurassic World Rebirth. It's an action-adventure sci-fi starring Scarlett Johansson, Mahershala Ali, and Jonathan Bailey. 5 years after the events of Jurassic World Dominion, the planet's ecology has proven largely inhospitable to dinosaurs. Those remaining exist in isolated equatorial environments with climates resembling the one in which they once thrived. The three most colossal creatures within that tropical biosphere hold the key to a drug that will bring miraculous, life-saving benefits to humankind. Oh, great. So now they need to keep them alive.
Yeah. And they're creating all
it's
sorts
the fight
of
to keep dinosaurs alive.
And apparently, Preston, in the movie, the people are so passé to dinosaurs that, like, there's one stuck under an overpass and people are kind of pissed off that it's slowing down traffic.
Oh
Okay.
So, yeah.
2 hours, 14 minutes long, rated PG-13. Wide theater release and Rotten Tomato score is at 53%. All right, we're ready for some clips for you. Uma Thurman. What? Is seeking revenge. I didn't even ask Casey to do that. He just did it. Uma Thurman is seeking revenge.
I'm sorry, which actor?
Uma Thurman is seeking revenge as her new character joins the sequel to The Old Guard. In this clip, she shares why she loves acting in this film.
I love the naturalistic, very human, earthbound tone of the acting in this piece. And as much as I love my little wild turns, I think that's my favorite home base.
The Old Guard 2 is now streaming on Netflix.
I enjoyed the first season very much so.
Oh, yeah?
You talked very positively about it.
All right, next clip, here we go. Scarlett Johansson is making her highly anticipated arrival to the Jurassic Park franchise with Jurassic World Rebirth. Here, she talks about her lifelong dedication to the fictional universe.
I have been a Jurassic fan since I was, 10 and saw the first Jurassic Park in the theater. I mean, if you had asked me for the last 3 decades what movie I would want to be in, most of all, it would be a Jurassic movie.
And like I said, Jurassic World Rebirth opens today if you need to see that. All right, and there you go. That's your entertainment report for this morning, this Thursday morning with no sad bro vibes. Casey disappeared at one point during the show or during this segment. How you feeling?
I'm a lot lighter, I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
No, Mississippi mud pie?
No. I threw up 3 times. I'm good to go. I feel good. I feel good.
You feel better?
Yeah.
You needed
Sometimes
that
it does
purge?
the trick,
Yeah.
man. It does the trick. So I'm sorry you're going through that, dude.
No, but we all went through this together, guys, and I appreciate it.
We'll all go down together.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Later on this morning, Jerry Bruckheimer will be joining us. F1 the movie is in theaters now, by the way. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize this morning. We've got some other things that we'll get to. Stay put. We'll return in a moment.
Preston and Steve on
Gathering of types. You can find those. All right, Steve, this one, she actually recommends a hardware store.
A hardware store.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you what, I've met a lot of great guys at hardware stores. I always have questions.
I've
and I'm
been
like,
with Casey. I've told you before. I have been with Casey in a hardware store where he just goes up to random people.
Yeah.
They're not random. They're
Explain.
random to you, but
They're people you've never met before that don't
That's a
work there.
random
They're
person.
I
random
have
people.
eyed these people up. I have judged them by the way they look. They are
Right.
not random. I'm like, this guy looks like he can help me out, right?
Just friends you haven't
and
met
he'll walk
yet.
up and
Yes.
say something like, "Hey, you look like you know how to build a fence."
Yeah.
How to put in a ceiling fan.
Yeah, stuff like that, and then he'll ask questions about and
let's
strike
say-
up a conversation, and that is a great way. And I know you've hooked up with a lot of guys.
A lot of guys that way. I had a guy come over last summer.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was
listen.
great, man. I love what you did with your tongue, but I'm married. I know you're married. We can't do this.
Don't catch any feelings.
And don't get attached. I'm a loose cannon.
She said they attract lots of men, and you got plenty of excuses to strike up a conversation. Can you help me choose which picture or glue or paint I need?
I can do that for you.
Yes, we all know women are just as good at do-it-yourself, but a bit of pretending won't make you a traitor to feminism.
3 testicles.
No, I'm just looking for a ceiling fan. I could see. So it isn't. Yeah, that could work.
You'd have to hang around all day.
You're like
I've seen
a Home Depot hooker.
I've seen people in hardware stores, and I'm one of those people in hardware stores. You don't want to come up to me and, So anyway, but if you hang out, if you loiter at the hardware store, maybe you got a shot. She also says a coffee shop is a good spot. If you spot someone you like the look of, note the time they arrive for their morning coffee. We are creatures of routine. Turn up the next day and the next at the same time, and make eye contact and smile. And the next thing you know, you're chatting comfortably.
In a cafe, a classic cafe where they have like Wi-Fi, or you might have that sort of situation where you'll see people sitting at their tables, working on things or whatever.
Did you guys ever continue to show up somewhere because you knew somebody was going to be there, or you had hoped that somebody would be there?
I'm sure that I have.
An employee.
Oh, yeah. There was a girl.
He's here.
Nah, there was a girl that worked when I was early in my radio career, and she worked at this grocery store. And I would go there. She worked at a counter that served like hot food and stuff like that. So I had a reason to go there because I was hungry. But I would go there specifically to see
Didn't
her.
you walk past her with a whole bunch of meats and stuff under your shirt? And
I told her it was a fraternity prank that I was doing.
Nothing for me today, thanks. Yeah, Baskin Robbins, man. That's where the cute girls in high school worked. And so, I mean, a different kind of vibe case, but we would go there all the time. And I had a really cute golden retriever. And so I would take the dog over. None of it ever worked, but I tried.
Right.
I gave it a shot.
You know what? You got to feel bad for the girl that works there that's not interested because she is chained to that location. And has no choice but to.
More free samples, please.
Yeah.
Man, I went to Cali every single Saturday night. No, not Saturday night, Wednesday night. And you would think because it was a cover charge of $5 and then 25-cent drink. Cali. It's not, well, I think RP McMurphy's is now closed. It was across the street from them in Dade Mall. But like, I would go there because specifically there was this girl, short blonde hair, who just did not want to give me the time of the day. But
you tried.
I tried.
Yeah.
Just by being there.
By being there. Mm-hmm. I think I offered to buy her a drink, 25-cent drink a couple of times.
Hey, 2 bits, no problem.
Here's $1. I'm going to buy you 4 drinks.
All right. Another opportunity, ladies, for you to meet men through volunteering. She says, this is according to the author, Tracy Cox is her name. God knows there's plenty of organizations that would welcome your help, and he's likely to be nice as well. Offered to be the person who registers everyone, welcomes them to the event, and you'll meet all potentials. Live music events, and then she goes on to say, like waiting in line somewhere, so on and so on. So anyhow, here you go. Ladies, how do you let them know you're interested?
All right.
And she gives some advice.
How do ladies telegraph
that
they're interested in? And Marissa and Kathy, pay attention. We want these rated.
She said, women are great on picking up subtle body language clues. Men, not so much. So keep it simple and overt.
Okay.
So make it clear. These are 5 body language clues that men recognize most.
So you do you spread your legs and do the hatchet chop.
Oh my God.
So she says, don't just use one, use them all. So here's one of them. Stand close and face him. Mm-hmm. That way he can't help but see you. Make lots of eye contact. It's the most obvious flirting signal of all.
Should you rapid fire blink?
No, I don't think so. Make sure that your body language is open. Uncross your arms, relax your shoulders,
spread your legs,
turn your torso to face him.
Okay. These are all sort of seductive, or not, if not seductive, inviting.
Yes. There's one on here that I really, that's like, okay.
I don't think they're
definitely interested.
giving you guys enough credit, though. If somebody's making eye contact with you or comes over to talk,
I can tell in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's how I got free French fries from this girl at Burger King in college.
Maybe, but then again, I might be going, I might be wrong. Maybe she's just being nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So she says, smile directly at him, the know that you want to chat him up. And then this is the one that would do it for me. looked down at the floor,
Yeah.
and then up to meet his eyes again.
You're on the radio, aren't you?
That's
I recognize that voice.
Wait, why?
Kathy, you want me to do it?
Williams is running for mayor.
Yeah, I want to know why.
Do
that.
it. Because this,
Okay.
all right, this is what I'm envisioning. All right, I'm going to do it to you.
Oh, God, I'm going to be creeped
So
out.
here we go.
No,
That's it.
Let me take my glasses off. Let me do it again. Hang on.
No one's
I want the
doing
cameras
that.
to get
Yeah,
this. Should I do it at the camera?
You look up, so
do it at the
Nick
camera.
Murphy can cover it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Kathy's got a boner.
No, that's too much.
All right.
Stop it.
What do you? What's your go-to subtle, inviting look? There's a great scene in the Batman where Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman is walking along.
She's real seductive.
And so the Batman says, "Look back at him." She goes, "If I look back at him, he's gonna think their connection's gonna take place." All right, and she does it. She turns back, and he gets up and walks over. Here we go.
Yeah.
because she knows she's got that.
The look back is definitely, that's a big time
big
signal.
look. Yes,
Like a second look
so
at
like,
that?
so
like-
she
like
saw
as
him
if you're-
once, and she passes.
As if you're walking
Yeah.
away.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh God.
Also, she's Zoe Kravitz. So
Yeah, yeah.
I also feel like a subtle touch of the arm.
Yes,
you know,
well, any kind of contact.
With your tongue.
Any kind of contact is definitely going to
Ooh, that's wet. Your tongue's wet.
give me a semi for sure.
So you're saying
Too much?
Yeah, a little.
sort of a demure look down and look up, right?
Yeah, totally.
yeah.
Especially if the head stays down and just the eyes
Right.
come up. And then a little blinky. I keep looking right at her when I
See,
do
that
that.
would be like, for me, that would be like, there's something I don't like about you. Like, I'm checking your whole
Why
body.
don't we leave this place and go find a Ramada?
Not the head tilt. Not that. Yes, you got it. But like, if I were to just like eye you from head to toe, like, wouldn't you think what is she looking at?
Yeah.
Like elevator eyes up and down that whole thing,
Yeah,
or
like if I went like,
well, yeah, like that. There's like zero interest in your expression at all.
Cold, dead eyes.
Yeah,
That's really
totally.
that
I
alluring.
was smiling. And I
Dear God, this poor woman is brain dead.
maybe because if I'm looking you head to toe, there is something.
Wait, Preston, real quick.
Probably.
Like that moment though, where you feel that connection when they make that look at you, and it doesn't happen often in life, but when it does, there's something very, very palpable about it.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
like, and for me anyway, whenever it's happened, it's a sensation that it's like a York peppermint patty. Like I feel it throughout my entire body, and I'm like, oh my God, I actually have a shot with this person.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I got that look from my wife, from Claire. When we were just the first couple of times we'd encountered each other.
There's that,
and I'm like,
Steve, like there's that double take, right? Like you look at her, and then she looks back at you,
Right.
and then you do it again,
Right.
And you're like, holy crap, I think she might like me.
we went.
So like we wet. Is that what you said? So what do you do? All right, let's say you have that connection. What do you do? This is for women. This is advice for women. And she says, make the approach yourself. If he is not coming over to you, make the approach yourself. Walk confidently up to him, smile up into his face, and say, well, I figured one of us should make a move after that eye contact.
Oh,
Yeah. We're in such a cynical time that everything you say just sounds like a line, So you got to be inventive.
A pretty good line I saw was in a movie. What was it called?
Did you fart?
No. I'm sorry. I smelled something all the
I
way
smelled
over here.
something horrible. I thought perhaps you farted. I was across the room and I smelled something that kind of like okra.
Oh,
okra. Oh.
I thought perhaps you're from New Orleans and farted.
Wow.
That's a really obscure line.
Listen, if you're trying to stand out from everyone else,
She's telling me that she thinks I'm from New Orleans.
you may want to try that.
She thinks I'm from New Orleans.
There was a movie with Anyway, I forgot who it was. Anyhow, so these two people made this eye contact. They kind of show it back and forth, a little smile. And eventually he goes over and says, hey, I thought I would just come over and say hello because we had a little connection.
Right,
he kind of gestured to his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a good line if you did indeed have that little connection. But anyhow.
I mean, your good eye.
She says, how do you start a conversation? Here's tips. And remember, still, I want to eventually get to the secret signs that he's ready for sex because I think you guys are going to like this. So take a deep breath and smile. This part is easier than you think, she says. Don't stress about what to say. 80% of someone's impression of you and the first sentence you utter has virtually nothing to do with what you're saying. It's whether you've said it with passion, a smile, and a friendly look.
That takes the weight off of...
3-3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. It is a Thursday. Today is the 3rd day of July. We're 1 day away from very, very big day, which of course is Independence Day, which is also somebody's birthday.
Yes, Bill Burns of our sales department, formerly of our sales department. It's his birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's Casey's birthday tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not a little one. Our Casey boy becomes Casey man at 50 years old tomorrow. Happy birthday, Casey! Turn up, Marissa! Come on!
You can do this! She's going to hit her
Come on.
She's going to hit her in the crotch.
Give it to me.
All right.
She's got one of these confetti cannons.
Don't do it this way.
It'll blow her
I
back.
think you were doing the wrong side of it, Marissa. All right, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
Man,
Oh! You shot it into your crotch.
I knew it.
I shot it at me.
Happy birthday.
That's exactly. You know what? That's the way you want it.
I just shot that in my nuts.
You did.
Hold on, here's another one.
All right, so, hang on.
This way?
I don't know.
Yeah, twist at the bottom. Okay. There we go.
Hey,
hey.
Dude, what? It's going to hit me again.
Did it hurt?
God, these things are hard.
Crap. That one scared me.
All right, I can't do
Me
it.
too.
Yeah.
Wanna try one?
There you go. Good luck.
Case.
These are these confetti cannons.
Hey! Jesus Christ.
It's difficult, right?
What the hell?
You can't do it.
It's better to set
no
up
words on it.
Stick of dynamite.
Hey! Oh, my God.
That one's messy.
We have a ridiculous mess in the studio.
I'm not going to clean it up.
No, we know.
All right, I vote for me not cleaning it
Well,
up.
it's your birthday.
all right,
Well,
it
pre-birthday, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Casey, it's your birthday. So.
Preston, that was so classically AFV to fire it into your nuts.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a little piece of audio that was sent by a friend to Casey. He accidentally, or he did not understand, he sent it directly to Casey.
That's something he would do.
We wanted this to be a surprise.
Get out.
But nonetheless, this is some audio from our good friend Todd Glass that we're going to play. Here we go.
Well. Todd Glass here. Hello to everybody in Preston and Steve land. I'm calling for one reason and one reason only, to wish Casey Foster a great big happy birthday. If I was there, I'd give you a big hug. I love you. You're a good person, and you're funny, and you cross off all the boxes of what I like about a human being. So there we go. I got the whole band back together. Is the woodblock guy here? Did he show up? All right, he's here. Tambourine. Tabourine's here. Rattle. This thing. All right, I think we're ready. Drums, you come in, and everyone else will take the lead. Come in strong. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Oh, by the way, I'll be back at Next in Line the end of October till the first few days of November. Happy birthday, Casey. I love you.
Oh, my God.
Always got to get the
promotion. A plug in there as well. What are we listening?
I'm
What
playing
is this?
America the Beautiful. I never turned it off.
Turn that off.
My favorite song.
All right. Well, Casey, there's a couple things that we have planned for
I
you
thought
this
we were
morning.
doing Survey Says.
We're not doing
We're not
Survey
doing
Says.
Survey
We might
Says.
do that in a little bit. I don't
right.
know. But we would like to welcome someone to our studio right now who would like to present something to you. Ladies and gentlemen, where is he? Marissa from Visit Delco. This is Steve Bert.
Hey, I just saw you.
Yes, Steve, come on over to the microphone here. Yep, this one right here. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Nice to see you. Doing wonderful. Thanks for coming in and being a part of this whole thing. Visit Delco, obviously. Casey Boy, born and bred, diehard Delco native, and we felt it was important that someone represent the county and come in and say something to Casey about his 50th birthday today.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm thrilled to be here, and thank you for having me. And for those that don't know, Visit Delco is the official tourism promotion agency or destination marketing agency for Delaware County. And our job is to promote the county, bring people in, stay in the hotels, use the restaurants, visit the attractions, make the visitor experience a positive one. And I don't think there's a bigger tourism ambassador in Delaware County than our own Casey.
Wow.
And if anybody listens to our marketing right now, you'll know our campaign right out there. The slogan goes, they say we're a lot, and they're right.
And they're right.
So I'm here today to present Casey Boy with a certificate that's I am a lot. Because, as you just said, it's a lot of years that Casey Boy has. So I'll read this, excuse me, in celebration of your spirited contributions to Delaware County, your voice, your energy, your allotness, all have helped us amplify the bold, vibrant, and proud spirit of Delco. Thank you for making us louder, prouder, and a whole lot more.
Oh, how about that?
You're a lot.
Here you go. That is the official certificate from Visit Delco. You got to frame that and hang that up.
Yeah, that's good quality paper right
There you go, right?
Yeah, good stuff.
Most definitely.
I got to say, I love the ad campaign. I watch Phillies games every night, and they're advertising. You guys are advertising, on NBC Sports Philadelphia. And our buddy Matt Cord voiced it for a stretch.
Yes.
And then this year, I'm watching the Phils game, and I hear Casey's voice on the ad, and I didn't know. I knew you were doing them here, but I didn't know you were doing the TV spots. I'm like, holy crap, that's Casey. And it's shot beautifully well, and your voicing of it, and I'm not saying because you're standing on the other side of the room, it's terrific.
Oh, thank you.
It sounds so good, and it really lends a Delco-ness to the Delco ad. And so kudos to you guys on a terrific ad campaign, and thanks for celebrating this fine gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Steve, this is a side note, has nothing to do with Casey's birthday or Visit Delco or anything like that, but I just want to tell you, I loved you in Groundhog Day. You were amazing.
I worked hard at that.
Dude, you've got it. People have to think that you are him. What's the actor's
Ned Ryerson,
name?
Steve Tobolowsky.
Yes.
Ned Ryerson.
Yeah.
Do you ever get that?
That's a first.
That's a first, really?
No kidding.
Yeah.
I see it.
Well, thank you for everything, we love the partnership with WMMR and with Casey and Visit Delco, and obviously there's no bigger fan of Delco.
And they've also stepped up in a major way with Team WMMR Rock and Rollers. They've been to the Shore Bike Tour. They are a major sponsor of our bike tour. We did the broadcast series with Brent Porsche,
which worked out great.
It was awesome. In fact, I saw you at the last one at Marty McGee's.
Exactly. And to follow up on that, Casey, I just heard yesterday that the proceeds that we raised from those 4 broadcasts that we did will be going to your bike tour.
Yes.
And an amount of $2,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's almost $2,001.
That's almost like $1 off.
Wow.
Very, very close.
You know what? Hand me an envelope with $81 that we made at a couple of because people, they thought that, there was a box there to enter to win things, and they thought it was a donation box. So people left money in the
That's so
box.
sweet, yeah.
So it's $2,081. So thank you very much. Yeah, very nice.
Steve, if people want to, visit Delco, you have a website. We're going to share that information.
VisitDelcoPA.com.
Yeah.
Anything for, like I said, hotels, restaurants, attractions, things to do in the county when you come. It's all up there.
I mean, a lot of people don't know is it's easily reachable by car.
Yeah.
It is very easily reachable by car.
And so what's funny is your home offices are in the building at Rose Tree Park, and the name of the building is the Rose Tree Tavern.
Yes.
It used to be like right at the corner of Rose Tree Road and 252.
That building they moved.
Yeah, and then they moved it. And I was thinking, I'm like, oh my God, they're putting a bar there, like the Rose Tree Tavern. It's not a tavern, but people will walk in from time to time. As you're just in there working. And people think that they're walking in for like a lunch or something like that.
Scotch and soda.
Yeah, they come in the front door and look around and this isn't a tavern.
It's a historic building, right? How old is that building?
1700s.
Wow. And how long did it take to move and how precarious was that?
A couple years. And it only went 200 feet.
Right. Yep. And it was to get it off the corner, right? Just to make traffic flow a little bit more smoothly?
This was a long-term plan. When SAP came into the county, the state wanted to widen that intersection. And that was all part of the agreement back
It's amazing when they do stuff like that, and especially you have something that's a piece of history that you have to make sure remains intact. Yeah. You don't want to deliver a hovel to 200 feet away. So, yeah, very cool.
All right, well, thank you, Steve, for being here, and thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it, Steve Byrne. Casey is, he's a lot. And he now knows
right.
it.
He has official document to prove it.
All right, and now we're going to have a little sing-along because we have another guest who's coming into the studio. Marissa, if you're ready to bring him in, we haven't seen him in a while, from the Philadelphia Eagles pep band, Bobby Manshore.
Hey!
All right.
I'm going to start to sing right now because we're going undefeated fly. Eagles fly on the road to victory. Fly, Eagles fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles fly, on the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. Happy birthday, brother.
Dude, it's so great to see you.
It's so great to see you. I understand you're 70. You look like hell. I'm just going to that's from the commissioner of football. Yes. Yeah. That's
well, just
directly.
So you know,
yes.
I literally, 20 minutes ago threw up?
Yes.
But I feel so
you
much.
made room.
I was making room for a birthday cake.
A wonderful cake. It's a cookie
That's
cake.
great.
That's awesome.
The guys couldn't be here because they don't get released from jail until 8 o'clock.
And Bobby, you are often referred to as the Josh Groban of the pet band, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Minus the pay. But yeah.
All right, so I'll take that from you. And
but I just want to say, obviously, they spared no expense in this beautiful cake. Yeah.
Well, it's a cookie cake.
It's a cookie cake.
And Casey loves cookie cakes.
Yes.
So we got this for you. Our friends at Acme, I believe, whipped this up for you, Case. So
nice.
It says happy 50th birthday to Casey.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Can you believe the guy's 50 years old? I mean,
still carrying the boy moniker, I believe, still works because you're eternally young at heart.
I am. I don't. And I was just talking to my son and his friends about it. I'm like, it's just weird because and you guys know, you don't feel 50 in your brain.
No.
You know what I mean?
Do you know when you do feel it?
My body feels it sometimes.
When you do feel it is when you're hunched over the toilet at work vomiting.
Yeah.
Yes. That's when you begin to feel
okay,
it.
so this is how 50 I am.
Yeah.
I couldn't kneel. I had to
use a handicap rail?
Yeah, use a handicap rail, and I stood. I was like, I can't. I'm not kneeling. I'm too old for this.
Do you want to go out and do some shots of Metamucil maybe later? It's just an option. Throwing it out there. I don't know. I mean,
Bobby, what's going on with the pep band, man?
Things are good. We're just playing, still doing stuff, and this team's loaded this year.
Yeah.
This team's it's sick. It's sick. Hallie we trust, and it's going to be a fun season. Actually, it's going to be a fun time frame. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
5, 7, 10 years. It's they're good.
Without saying what you must never say.
Yes.
You know what we're thinking.
Oh, yes.
And you believe that's going to happen.
I just want to.
I just held up the sign. I don't want to jinx it.
What do you mean?
Well, let's put it
this way. Did you put 2 or 3?
How fun was that parade this year?
It was great.
Right. And
from what I remember. Yes. They told me it was really fun parade. Yeah.
But wouldn't it be great to have another one or 2 or 3 or 4?
Yes.
Yes, it would.
Yes.
All right.
This organization is just there's I'm sorry. Big fan.
Bobby,
they're really good.
Where were you during the parade? Where did they have you guys?
They had us. We were the main
departure point.
With the flags and everything.
Oh, it's great.
Awesome,
dude. It was really cool.
You guys must have just been loving it.
It was surreal. It was surreal.
Yeah.
And then everyone runs in to go to the bathroom. Not that there's precedent sent, but and I'm just taking a pee with I don't know. Whoever the players were, just like all of a sudden, just like it's just everyone's in the bathroom, and it was just so everyone was so hyped, but
the thing is, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And they knew that
Everyone
if we do
pees.
it again, it's just like, but they knew what they were doing. Like, we're going to speak, we're going to go down, we're going to do this again, and there was a precedent set that we'll be back.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Nice.
We're going to be back. We're going to have another parade soon.
So let me ask you about the pep band and everything, and people can hire you guys,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Are you a little bit more freer to be accessed for different things, or
our schedule has freed up a little bit recently,
I'd say
but
so. I'd say you are legends in the area.
Thank you.
You
Thank
are
you.
absolutely woven into the fabric of the Eagles team, and so I think it's a wise investment for
It totally is
parties.
fun.
We do a lot of weddings. A lot of weddings. A lot of weddings. Just 12 minutes in and out. It's a lot of fun.
Like the wedding night.
Yeah. Yes. Hey, we do divorce parties too. If you guys are interested,
Bobby,
throwing it out there.
Legitimately, do you get funeral requests?
Yes,
I believe that.
And we're like, do you want us to play it somber? Like,
Right.
No. You go balls to the wall. Can I say balls to the wall? Am I allowed to say that?
Even say vagina.
I didn't get a list. Casey never gave me a list of what I can't
my
say.
bad. I didn't know you were coming.
Yeah. So, but and they're dressed in the Eagles jersey. And it's like,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, if people do want to reach out to you and they want to hire you guys for whatever occasion, what's the best way to go about it?
Simply, just call us. We have a line, 610-331-8635. And just give us a call. And
There's are you guys on social media? Is there a pep band, Eagles pep band?
Not yet.
Social page?
Not yet.
You need to be.
You do.
Get on MySpace.
Social media.
Write that down.
It's like, tell me about. Could you tell me a little bit about it? Like,
we'll bring you up to speed later on off air.
Okay. All right. Okay.
We'll give you the rundown.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
All right,
make sure.
You've got you are an essential part of the vibe and feeling and the victory momentum of the Eagles. So you must stay around forever.
And so were you guys.
There we go.
Thank you.
So were you guys.
Bobby, thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you.
We'll tell you some
Thank
great
you.
love. Bobby Manshore of the Eagles pep band. We had to bring in some Eagles love, and there might be more later on. We'll see about that. But we have another special thing for you, Casey. We brought in this morning a variety of Wetzel's pretzels, of which you are a huge fan. Casey, we actually tried, and it was difficult to pull off over the last few days, but Nick had been working on this. We tried to get the CEO of Wetzel's Pretzels
They were too busy.
on the show this morning.
It's a tough get.
He's the CEO.
This was a couple days out.
Wow.
And could not get the.
So Marissa went and picked these up yesterday. They're overnight Wetzel's Pretzels for you.
That's
So
I was so hungry because I just threw up.
I know, Casey. If you're just tuning in, Casey just vomited 3 times.
3 times
in the last commercial
and we're
break.
showering him with food right now.
Unbelievable.
But something mild like this is perfect.
That's actually this will set the stage
the
for
stomach
you.
juices, it'll soak it up.
I want to go back to the Todd Glass thing. Did somebody call him and ask him to do that? And
I did, yeah.
Oh, and so he contacted me directly.
He sent it to Casey. Did you tell him it was a secret?
No. Here's my last text to Todd before this morning. Can you email the song to me and to Marissa, please? Nick at WMMR.com and Marissa at WMMR.com. Thank you. No response. I talked to him the other day. He knew what the whole concept was. He knew that it was a secret, but it's Todd Glass, and that's always a wild card.
All right.
Case, we have a few other friends that are going to check in through the course of the show today.
Thank you, guys.
That's all for this particular segment right now. But listen, I wouldn't mind inviting a few people who might want to call in and give some love to Casey.
It's the big 5-0. This is one of those really benchmark birthdays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You've hit this milestone.
Do you think 40 for? I don't want to make this distinction, but it seems that 40 hits women hard. Not hard, or just has the gravitas that 50, I believe, has for men. Is that totally out of my ass?
No. I think there's some merit to that.
Okay.
By the way, if Casey has been important to you for one reason or another, or maybe you have a personal connection, or there's been an encounter or whatever, and you just want to share, feel free to call us, 610-660-9333. We're not going to try to make you cry today. But
if you could puke, it'd be cool.
You're 50 years old. I want to give you a little piece of advice. You may already live by this advice, but one of my closest friends, Will Chapman, said this to me when I turned 50. He goes, 50 allows you to say F it in a different way.
Okay.
Okay. And obviously, I'm gonna paraphrase by saying screw it. Okay. Instead of F it, because in real life, you'll not on the radio, you'll say F it.
Right.
And it can be used in two different ways. It can either be used to refusing to do something by saying, dude, I'm 50 years old. F that. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
And then it can go the other way as well. You know what? I'm 50 years old. F that. I'm doing it.
I'm doing it.
So you now have that privilege a little bit more. You have gained enough life experience where I think you can make a call based on your age alone to say, I am going to do that or I'm not going to do that.
You have acquired wisdom enough to make those calls.
Oh, I have acquired zero wisdom.
No. You have more than you realize. So
let me ask you just one quick question in passing as people hit these benchmarks, and it's something that I've noticed. I turned 81, and I'd say this. Do you feel much different at 50 than you did at 25, 30?
No, I don't. But
it's a thing that I think not many people are prepared to come to that realization. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm just one step closer to eternity.
that's every day, though.
Yeah. But so here. You talk about acquiring wisdom and stuff, and so I've seen videos recently of who and what I was like at 21, 22 years old, and I'm like, and I watched the video, and I'm like, that kid you're a moron, right? And this is me talking to myself. I'm like, you're a moron. You don't know dick about anything, but at that time I thought I did know that,
you did know dick.
I did know dick.
Right, yeah.
And so now here I am 30 years later, and I don't want
to shook its hand quite often.
I don't want to fool myself or trick myself into thinking that I have any sort of idea about anything.
But you will say that, but you will clear that. I think you're running two different tabs here. You will clearly dispense learned wisdom to your kids.
And I was doing that yesterday with my son, right? So, and I was
stop picking at that.
Well, no, I was talking to him about how much more evolved he and his friends are than what I was when I had just graduated high school.
Right.
Just more accepting of people for who and what they are. And I wasn't necessarily that way when I was in high school.
Correct.
And so I'm excited for his future and for because I just think at their core they're better than what. And so I had to learn a lot over the last however many years about myself, about other people.
But that takes mindfulness and willingness to evolve, and you can be critical of yourself, and I know you are, and I am, and we all are. But
I had a great conversation with you and Andrea in Clearwater about being critical of ourselves.
Right, and I think that that's important. And I mean, you and I have talked a bajillion times on air and off air. I'll say it publicly. I love you. Happy birthday. But it's don't beat yourself up too much because you'll go down that rabbit hole in a way that you don't deserve.
That would be my advice as the elder statesman: is give yourself permission to make mistakes.
Well, so
give yourself permission to not always be spot on when you need to be. Everyone's the same.
What I need to learn is how to not focus on the negatives in my life.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The negatives.
I've been trying to get you to do that
for
decades.
I don't know how to shake it, right?
Yeah.
But I just have this Rolodex of hey, remember that time you did that effed up thing? Or
take 2 Wetzel's pretzels and call me in the morning.
Yeah.
Casey's got 2 of them right there.
Yeah, I do.
All right, listen, we're going to go to some phone calls.
right.
I'm going to get Shane on the line. Hey, Shane, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Shane here from the YouTube community. On behalf of all of us, unless others call in, to wish you a 50th birthday. And just think, in 5 years, you get to live in a 55 up community.
There you go.
You got to look forward to.
You go to that
closer to that.
Where John Oates' dad goes, right?
Arbor Square.
Arbor Square.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Shane, thank you very much.
Shane.
Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, my dad lived there for a little while. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to Aaron next. Hey, Aaron. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
That's all right, Aaron. You got something to say to Casey?
Yeah, happy birthday, Casey. I just want to say, I've always thought you were awesome, but food trucks and fireworks, you probably spent 5 minutes with my family talking to my kids, and it was amazing, and it just made me realize how genuine and awesome you are.
Aww.
So I loved it. My kids loved it. They remember it, and I thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you for coming out and supporting Camp Out for Hunger.
Appreciate it. Let me go next to John. Hi, John. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, how are you guys?
Great.
Good
We're throwing some love at Casey. Turns 50 years old today. What do you want to share?
This is John, originally from Yaden, now lives in Millmont Park.
I know who you are.
So, yeah. So I just want to thank you. I don't know if you remember this, but you actually saved my mother-in-law at Maurice Piers Water Park. She had trouble getting in to a tube, and you were there to help her get in. And my connection to Casey is my wife taught his son, Seamus, second grade.
Oh, no
look
kidding.
at that. Yeah. So this is John Howe. Dude,
I thought he saved your mother's life.
Yeah.
But he just helped her get into an inner tube.
Mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, that's,
That's a type of saving.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm
Yeah.
We all at some point hope to be saved by an inner tube.
Yeah.
How many lives have you saved in your life?
How many lives have I saved in my life?
Yeah, I can think of one.
Carter, I saved his life.
Okay.
But I don't know.
All right, I've saved 2.
Okay.
Well, when I passed out.
Seamus, and then the mother-in-law.
No, not the.
Oh, 1 second.
Go ahead, John. Sorry, we were talking.
No, that's okay. I said I just wanted to wish you a happy 50th birthday, and I will see you hopefully between Hollywood and Preston.
All right.
I don't know what that means.
All right.
All right. Thanks, John.
It's our secret code.
Okay.
Oh, it is?
It means my mother-in-law is stuck in an inner tube.
Yeah. Thank you, John. No, the other life I saved, that was actually the Dorney Park Wildwater Kingdom. And this kid went into the wave pool and he didn't know how to swim. And I saved his life.
Okay.
That's pretty awesome. There are people walking around whose lives you saved today. And your kind gestures.
All right. I'm going to go to Victor next. Hey, Victor, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Vic?
What's up, man? Second day in a row. Hey, Casey, man. I did not know you was 50, man. I thought you was my age, around 40 or 38 or something. But
and those other numbers.
Casey boy. No, so I just wanted to say happy birthday. I appreciate your dilemmas, man. I'm like, man, Casey boy is petty, bro. But the dilemmas and y'all talking over it, it's funny. You get everybody's funny perspective.
Yeah.
Victor, you called yesterday, and you were an interesting caller.
I was drunk yesterday.
We figured. We figured.
How you doing today, Victor?
I'm a little awake today.
All right, good.
I was tired.
Well, you know what? We appreciate the kind things you're saying and for calling in on Casey's birthday. That's very kind.
And
of you.
calling him petty. That's nice.
Yeah, the complete candor is also nice.
I love that.
Hey, Victor, thanks, man. Appreciate the love, bud.
All right,
we'll see you.
Is Victor our new biscuits? Crackers?
Carl? Cracker
Yeah.
Carl?
Yeah.
Oh, my
I do
God.
Boxes of crackers
Boxes
of
crackers.
I don't know.
Box of crackers and a box of candy bar.
You think he was actually drunk yesterday?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Let me go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Yes, hi. I just want to wish Casey a happy birthday. I know every time I meet him, he's always extremely nice and a genuine person, and I just want to wish him a happy birthday. And my birthday's actually on Saturday.
Oh, there you go.
Happy birthday.
How old will you be turning, Kevin?
38.
38.
Yeah, just like the other two.
Like Victor, or 40 or 38 or something.
Guys, go drinking together.
Have a very petty Saturday.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that, bud.
Real quick, have we heard from Gary Lauer recently? Because he usually wishes
You'd figure he would be
birthday.
calling. By the way, there's something apparently with our phones that favors certain. There's all sorts of issues, but like certain areas can't quite get. Marissa, is there something like that? Okay. All right.
Anyway, so yeah, we have not heard from Gary in a while. We haven't heard from Gary before. Kathy.
Yeah, but he normally calls in to wish Casey or several of us happy birthdays.
That's a little alarming.
All right, we're going to go next to Michelle. Hi there, Michelle. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Michelle?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Everybody's drinking.
Happy birthday to Casey. Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
you got your own little Marilyn Monroe treatment.
What the hell was that?
How'd you like that?
You got that.
was amazing.
Amazing, Michelle.
You know who it is?
This is Michelle.
Yes.
This is
Michelle.
Oh my God.
Damn it.
You, by the
I
way,
can get through.
you're my wife's favorite.
I know. I love your wife. I would love to meet Diane. I think we would hit it off perfect.
No doubt. No doubt.
No doubt. No, but I miss you guys, but I'm so glad the phone's back.
We're glad they're back as well. By the way, I know that you're happily married, but if you want a little side action, his name is Victor. We can hook you up with him.
If you're down with
I don't need it. I got enough with my guy.
Okay.
You got enough with your guy.
Yeah, Casey, have a great birthday, and listen, you're the greatest guy. I love you. You got the personality, and listen, don't stop putting yourself down. You know,
Yes.
because other people can do that for you.
I think Michelle is right. There's you beat up on yourself too much, and people don't like to hear that because they know what a special person you are.
Yeah, let other people insult you.
Yeah, no, Michelle's right. I am.
That's our job.
Thank you, Michelle.
Listen, I was going to get you a card, and I didn't get it, but I can still. I would like to treat you to a Fish concert. I never seen them.
Oh wow! Well, they're coming to town in like 2 weeks.
I know it's on the 16th, but I think it's like in Delaware.
No, it's on the 15th and 16th at the Man here in Philly.
That's in Delaware.
But the Man's my favorite. But here's the thing: you fly, I buy for everything.
All right, sounds good. Well,
And
listen.
I'm not kidding you.
Okay, all right.
Ask
Well,
your wife. I'll even treat her.
all right.
That's because she doesn't go to the Fish
If
concerts.
she don't, I think she would trust you with me.
All right.
All right.
Well, she loves you, so yeah, there you go.
All right, we got to take a break. But Michelle, it's great to hear from you. Thank you very much.
By the
All
way,
right, thank you. Have a great holiday.
You too. Bye-bye.
when singing happy birthday, unless it's the official happy birthday after dinner and the cake's there, we don't need to do the whole song. You don't. We can cut out the first two verses and just go happy birthday, dear whoever.
Yeah,
That's your edict, you think?
that
Casey's
is
been
my
lobbying for that for a little while.
I think it's a good idea.
It
'cause
just kind of cuts it down. It's a little awkward when you sing the whole song sometimes, especially if somebody doesn't really want to hear it. you
Yeah,
know?
or like if they've been drinking and they're asked to sing "Happy Birthday" at like a concert or something
I
like
don't know.
that.
Maybe
in
they
front of,
forgot
like-
the words.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to I forgot the words to Happy Birthday.
He just sung the first verse.
How bummed I was at that. All right, well, anyhow.
What is this again?
If
Guys,
you're
thank you.
just tuning in, it is Casey's 50th birthday tomorrow, but we're not on the air tomorrow. So we are having a little celebration today. And we have some surprise guests that are going to be checking in this morning on the program in honor of that.
I'm excited.
It's your 50th
I'm a little
birthday.
scared. I don't know how to act.
Don't be scared. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We'll get into the bizarre file, and we'll probably get another guest on with that. So stay put. We'll be right back. Happy birthday, Casey.
You know, don't say something ridiculous or that's going to turn somebody. We realize you're both kind of trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so concentrate on getting that right, she says, and it's just a smile and a friendly look mainly is what you want to do.
Smile and a Coke.
And she says the best chat-up line is simply one which is appropriate to the situation you're in and something not too challenging. If you're in a sandwich shop and standing in line next, the best thing, since sliced bread, sorry, couldn't resist, you're going to sound like an idiot if you come out with, you look like an angel who's dropped from heaven. Better surely
I like
say...
liverwurst.
Wait, what?
Do you like liverwurst?
Liverwurst?
It's one of my favorite meat products. I suspect the other one is in your pants.
She says,
I'll
if you
take a pound of whatever you got between your legs.
you may want to try something like, have you eaten here before? I can't decide between the chicken or tuna.
And then, oh God.
Oh, yeah.
You want some tuna? Anyway, I'm gonna jump ahead.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump ahead because
get the tuna.
Apparently, there are secret signs that he's ready for sex.
Right.
Okay. She says, look for these subtle signs that he's turned on.
He's got a boner.
That he's turned on and ready before you
massive erection.
before you lean in for that first kiss. All right. So here you go. And I would like someone to illustrate these things. Okay.
Okay.
And I can do it if you want to, but he's touching his face more than usual. So
You like this?
Yeah. like.
So I would say if you're perhaps like you're doing one of these, or stroking your chin, or prying your eyes wide open with your index fingers and thumbs.
I do this a lot. I rest my my
finger in your nose,
thumb under my chin, and my index finger on the side of my face. Or you're doing that in case the V with your fingers and sticking your tongue out.
He's just touching his face.
That's all he's doing. Yep. All right, his eyes appear shiny and moist.
What?
And
they have to be.
And his pupils are large and dilated.
He's on meth. I might find some of these a little troubling.
His sentences are short and half finished. This is clearly an addict that we're talking to. Yeah, they're short and half finished. His hand, thigh, or knee accidentally touches yours. Okay.
So that's an interesting thing. I think that if your legs, if you're sitting side by side, or you're, that gentle touch as they just sort of by happenstance, that's an indicator. And neither side recoils in terror.
She also says to notice if his thighs are tense.
You have very tense thighs.
Now, how do you do that?
I couldn't help but notice that your thighs are very tense. They need a deep tissue massage.
I don't
you like liverwurst? I do.
I don't know how
I like pimento loaf.
I guess maybe if they're wearing shorts.
I could see in your tight shorts, your thighs are very tense.
Yep.
Do you have a taut scrotum? I mean wrinkleless.
Does anybody?
Smooth.
Like billiard balls.
All right, you may notice that his lips are red and swollen.
You look like an idiot. You're making out with a pepper?
His lips are red and swollen.
A texter says these are the same symptoms if you have rabies.
And then finally, his nostrils flare.
To me, that's an aggressive. So you look like a charging bull.
Yeah. So let's sum this up. His pupils are dilated. He's breathing quickly. His lips are red and swollen, and his nostrils flare.
He's using bath salt.
I'm scared.
He's ready to rip your face off.
Why don't you take this upstairs?
So, ladies, that's what you have to look forward to when a man is interested.
What do you think is one of the best sort of initial exchanges captured in a movie where I was watching Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks, and the way he's conversing with Meryl Streep in that movie is a very, very organic,
very easy
conversation, very easy going. They're not playing roles; they're just themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Where people just all of a sudden, when you slide into a groove very easily, that you can tell. That doesn't mean that an awkward first meeting is that things are off the table.
No,
Sometimes it can work out that way.
Yeah.
Good Will Hunting was pretty good with Matt Damon and Minnie Driver.
Where did they? Oh yeah.
Meeting at the bar, and I mean he's a genius.
Matt Damon.
She's into him because of his ability, and then he doesn't go for her right away.
Right. In fact, she comes over to him. That's a great line later on. She's like, "You blew it.
Yeah,
I've been sitting here all night waiting for you to come over here and talk to me."
Yeah,
and she gives him the phone number.
Yeah,
so she made the aggressive move.
He got her number.
Yeah, I got her number.
I like apples.
Yeah.
Do you like liverwurst?
I'm a genius.
What if you had held him? Do you like liverwurst?
Not particularly.
What's this guy talking about?
He's a genius. Go with it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He may be eccentric.
You like liverwurst?
Yeah.
Smart man.
All right. Well, anyhow, meeting men without actually getting out in the real world and meeting men. These are some tips for ladies or men who are interested in getting out and meeting more people. So just thought I'd share.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in
Pass
that.
that info along.
Yeah.
All right. It is, there's a hunky man, and it's today's day. Today is his day. It's Thor's Day. And we have your opportunity to win a Thor Love and Thunder prize pack right now. I'll take call number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. You get $60 in Fandango codes and a Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt and a mini poster that comes along to you. And by the way, Thursday is named after Thor. After
is.
the Norse god of Thor, believe it or not.
How about that?
Thor's Day is Thursday. So caller number 12, let's get you in there. And the movie opens in theaters everywhere tomorrow. 215-263-WMMR is the number. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second and the bizarre file. And also we're going to talk to Matt McGinnis from Mystery Science Theater 3000 about Blobfest, which is returning live this year in Phoenixville. We'll be right back. So the last time we had a chance to speak with members of this band, they were in transit. They were on a bus. We had this great conversation.
Fantastic.
And it was our first interaction with the band, and now we've got everybody who is in our studio here. Did everybody else get the emails about excited people that they were coming in today? I got an email from somebody who has rescheduled their vacation around their tour.
Wow.
That is how rabid their fans are. Please welcome Josh, Zach, Travis, and Claudio from Coheed and Cambria this morning. Gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you again. Good morning. Last time, all right, I'm not hearing them coming through here, Rodney. I want to make sure I have this. Hold on a second. Casey's.
We will not stand for anything that's inferior.
Yeah, we already had that a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, no, the last time, Claudio, you were on a bus. We chatted with you. Are you guys, your tour doesn't start just yet, though, right?
No, we're actually headed to Lidditz for dress rehearsals.
I keep hearing great things about that soundstage there. Like all the bands go there so can you explain to the layperson what it is that you do there?
Well, it's more of like dress rehearsal.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marisa. Let's do the B-file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Suffering from leaks, clogs, or corrosion in your plumbing system, the expert technicians at Horizon Services have seen it all and can fix it all with same-day service. Book today with Horizon Services, and help is on the way. A woman in Thailand who accidentally swallowed a fish bone, which got stuck in her throat, was shocked to see it eventually pierce her neck.
Whoa!
After she failed to remove it.
This is not going well.
In June, Facebook user Suryan Bupa Art posted a couple of shocking photos allegedly showing his wife's neck with a sharp white needle-like thing piercing the skin from underneath, coming out of her neck.
So whenever you've had something like that happen, isn't that the fear that you have? Is that it's going to pierce your neck?
Yeah. The Thai man later told news outlets that his post was meant as a cautionary tale for people who enjoyed eating fish but neglected to make sure that it was bone-free.
But she does now use it to hang her keys.
Apparently, his wife was enjoying a fish soup when she accidentally swallowed a bone and felt a sharp pain in her neck. She tried dislodging the bone using folk remedies like eating rice and bread crust, but nothing worked. So she went to the hospital where an x-ray exam didn't reveal any foreign objects. Although she still felt pain in her throat following the x-ray, he and his wife, Sang Len, both assumed that the bone had been dislodged. Life went on as usual, and Sang Len got used to the discomfort in her throat, thinking that the wound would heal eventually. But 2 weeks later, she noticed her neck had become swollen. The woman suspected a condition linked to her thyroid.
Oh, man.
Went to the hospital again. The second doctor also performed an x-ray of her neck per procedure, but noticed nothing unusual. So she prescribed some medicine and painkillers and sent the woman on her way. At home, while preparing to apply a pain relief patch on her neck, the Sanglan started rubbing the painful area that she was about to stick it on when she noticed a pointy needle pressing against her skin from underneath. After applying a bit of pressure, a white needle head pierced the woman's skin. The couple went back to the hospital for a third time, and doctors managed to remove a 2-centimeter-long fish bone from the woman's neck.
How about that? We missed that.
Yeah.
The team that operated on Sanglan said that they had never seen anything quite like this before. The patient told reporters that she will stay away from fish for a while, maybe even for the rest of her life.
Yeah. How did the x-ray machine miss that?
Fish bones rank pretty low on the list of weird things stuck in people's throats, but it's not every day that such a bone actually pierces someone's neck from the inside. In Dagestan and other republics of Russia, lip fillers are gaining popularity among men, sparking some controversy.
Yeah.
Dagestan and other predominantly Muslim North Caucasus republics are famous for their bearded, manly-looking men, but a new beauty trend is slowly chipping away at the region's manly reputation. North Caucasus men are increasingly turning to cosmetologists for lip augmentation procedures like fillers, and such behavior is still heavily frowned upon. So cosmetologists perform them during the night when the chance of being caught is lower.
That's insane.
They are facing increasing pressure in the form of harassment and threats to reveal the names of their male clients.
Have you had a procedure done? No, I didn't say that.
Despite this, the trend is reportedly gaining momentum, and photos of bearded men with enhanced lips are going viral on social media. Some reports have suggested that the lip augmentation trend was inspired by a popular fitness influencer, Ashkab Tamev, even although it's unclear whether he himself had the procedure done.
I think I've seen this dude. Yeah, if this is the same guy I'm thinking of, he's clearly had work done.
Really?
Yeah.
A Florida man was arrested after reportedly speeding on the highway, tailgating other drivers, and using Snapchat with a baby in the backseat of his vehicle. The Florida Highway Patrol pulled over a 29-year-old man after allegedly discovering that he was traveling at 115 miles an hour.
The only thing he was missing was a meth-addicted raccoon.
Charles Wheeler II was booked on charges of reckless driving and child neglect. And according to the report, Wheeler was weaving through traffic, tailgating other drivers, and using Snapchat while his girlfriend's 10-month-old baby was in the back seat. Police added that he nearly crashed while he was dodging a mattress in the road. So they got him.
Wow.
All right, and then one more story. We got a few things we're going to do. A Florida man who cops believe was stabbed in a drug dispute was in surgery when a nurse discovered a glass crack pipe, a lighter, and tinfoil containing cocaine in his rectum. The surprising find occurred earlier this month at St. Petersburg Bayfront Hospital, where Michael O'Neill had been transported for a knife wound.
Okay, your choice: chicken bone in the throat or crack pipe in the bunghole.
I go to chicken bone in the throat, probably. When in surgery, a nurse located the stashed items. After being hospitalized for his injuries, O'Neill was booked into jail Friday night for cocaine possession. And over the last few years, he's been convicted of DUI and numerous drug-related counts, including possession of cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, and other narcotics paraphernalia.
How did that get in my ass?
He pleaded guilty last year to drug possession after a jail strip search turned up 2 baggies containing fentanyl and crack rocks hidden in his buttocks as well.
It's a regular Rite Aid in your butthole.
Spot for him. Yep, it's a regular spot. All right, and there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Marissa, other than the phone calls we have now on the Xfinity guest lines, are we not doing that one? We have one on the list for 8 o'clock. So we're going to wait. Okay, we're going to come back with that in a moment.
All right.
But we have another caller who we want to go to. Let me get the caller. Caller, are you there?
Absolutely.
Hey! Gary Lauer is joining us.
Preston, Elliott, Steve Morrison, and the birthday boy, Casey Tallboy Foster, and Marissa Magnata. How you doing?
Casey Tallboy Foster. That's a new one, Gary.
Yeah, it used to be oil can, right?
Yeah, well, you're moving on up. How you doing, Foster? Happy birthday, buddy, tomorrow, man.
Yeah, buddy, man. Thank you.
That's by the way.
It's going to be nothing like 5-0, buddy. It's going to be all right, buddy. I'll buy you a pair of glasses because you need a pair of glasses to find your glasses.
Hey, Gary, how old are you?
I'm 6'2". I'm sorry, 6'1".
That's how tall he is.
How old?
Remember you guys threw me a 50th birthday party?
Yeah, but how old are you now? We don't remember how long ago.
61.
Oh,
You are
61.
Yeah, because there's no way he's 6'1".
No,
well, I'm 5'11", Case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So that's cool, man, Gary. We hadn't heard from you in a while. Everything going okay?
I was there at the barbecue when I found out about freaking my girl getting the can.
Yeah.
I wrote you guys a big effing letter. Look, man. You are my family, and that's my girl. That's the greatest mom in the world. You all know I call her on effing Mother's Day, and I try to call, and they already canned her. And I have a beautiful letter here. I'm mailing it again today because they mailed it back, and I want you to read it next week. I want you to read it next week.
Okay,
we will definitely read that.
Because I was curious when you said you sent a letter. I'm like, I didn't see it. Nobody got one.
Yeah.
Well, I got here.
look, I don't know what Beasley's doing up there, man, but I sent it to the right place, and then they sent it back. Apparently, it's something. The guy gave me all new information today.
Okay.
So I'm
All
going to mail
right.
it again. I'm going to mail it again today. So when you get back from your vacation with your families from the holiday, please read it over the air. I hope Kathy hears it because she knows, dude, that's my girl, sweet tea, man.
Gary,
We'll make sure she gets it.
Now that she doesn't work here anymore, I'll give you her home address, okay?
I know that, you noodle.
How the hell do you know her home address, Gary?
No, I mean, you know, I would love to. I told all the big shots to send her an email. I think Eric Simon sent her an email.
All right.
I wish her the greatest happy Mother's Day ever.
All right. Well, that's very sweet.
How you doing, Preston? How's Rochelle and your family, bud?
Yeah, everybody is good, my man. We're doing great. We're going to have a great weekend together. Got some family in from out of town. It's a beautiful thing, and thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
You got your mom coming in from St. Louis?
Not my mom, but we have some other people coming in. But thank you for
Yeah,
that.
everybody, that's right, man.
Yeah,
I
bud.
remember I met your mother on South Street when we were down there for the barbecue.
Is that true?
Yeah, I helped your
just go
mother.
with it,
I helped
yeah.
your mother in the
Into an
helped
inner
Rochelle
tube?
and your mother in the car.
Wow.
I put the seatbelt on them.
You're the man.
Come on, man. I'm family, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course. Come on, man. You don't remember the whole seatbelt incident?
that even happen?
Hey, Gary, how's your health? How are you feeling? And are you looking for work?
I'm not working, but it's hard for me to walk from A to B, man. Something's the matter with my right leg. But I made it to the barbecue. The mayor was there. I was holding up court. Everybody seeing me, taking pictures. So I couldn't get to see you guys because the crowds was too big, man.
All right, well,
you know I play center field. I had the best seat in the house, and when I seen Kathy come out, I lost my mind.
Well, let me ask you just a quick.
It was a great show, great day. It was a great show.
It's harder with the delay. Let me ask you,
Anyway,
Gary.
I just want to tell you, Steve, man, Mr. Morrison, how's your beautiful wife, Claire, man?
Everything's great. I'm asking you, Gary, though, about you. Is this the same leg issue you've had for a while?
That is correct, Steve Morrison. My right leg, man. It's like I get a charley horse. It just don't stop, bro. I don't
All
even
right.
get muscle relaxed.
All right, man. Well,
I mean, I'm doing good. I mean, I got food. The bills are paid, man. But it's just tough to get around, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Gary, just do it for Johnny.
I need a break, man. Can I go to a concert, man?
Yes, you can.
I need to go to a concert, man.
Yeah,
I need a break, man.
Well,
my neighborhood smells like trash. It's all over the Fox News.
Yeah.
Juanita Park.
Yeah.
Juanita Park is really going down a hole now.
Juanita Park.
Juanita Park.
That's right.
All right.
All right, man. We love you. We love you.
I truly call because I truly miss my family. But you know who I really, really miss? My girl, Sweet Tea. But I want to wish Kathy, Tall Boy Foster, very, very happy 50th birthday tomorrow.
Tall boy Foster. All right, Gary, we got to wrap this up, but we'll look for that letter, and thank you for checking in, and especially giving some love to
Hey,
Casey.
Steve, man, hey, Preston, man, have a wonderful weekend. You and all your families and kids, man. Enjoy yourself with your family. 'Cause you know who's in town now. We got a new shit show.
All right,
there you go,
Goodbye,
buddy.
Gary.
All right. You're grounded, buddy.
Gary, we'll talk to you later.
Have a great holiday.
How about that? How about that?
All right.
Gary, check in.
I didn't realize that he secured your mother into the backseat of a car with a seatbelt on South Street.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who
Totally
knows?
did that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow.
At least he checked in, though. It's good to hear from him.
Let's take a break and come back in a moment because we have some other people that are going to check in for Casey's 50th birthday tomorrow, by the way. So
Kind of a
stay with us.
milestone.
We'll be coming back in just a moment with somebody on board. So we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
You have a lot of at least from my understanding, because we don't typically go there, but because we have props and video and things like that, it gives like the production a chance to run the system.
And that's what it's
test it
the
out.
facility's designed to accommodate that.
Yes,
So, yeah, because we've had who is
I mean, the Stones were there.
Yeah.
Fish
Yeah.
goes there.
Metallica, Chili Peppers.
Metallica.
Yeah. Are there other places like that in the country, or?
I mean, probably, but I think this is the one we're aware of primarily because our old tour manager lives in that town and now works for the facility.
There you go.
Okay.
So you get a discount.
When it comes to the production, so we just played Rush, and I had a chance to talk to Geddy Lee one time, and I'm a lifelong Rush fan, and when I go to the shows, that's one of the things I loved. They would put movie screens up. They would have inflatables. They would do these things that were part of the music that was being played as well. They interact and give you this visual as well as audio sense thing. And I'd ask, I'm like, okay, You guys just don't sit down and come up with that stuff yourself, too. He's like, no, there are people that help out with this. What about with you guys and the production value of your show? Do you have people that listen to the music and go, okay, here's what I envision this looking like?
I wish it was like that. No, so typically I'll draw like a very crude sketch of what I imagine and then like send it off to management, and then they'll find somebody that can, put the pieces together in terms of like financially.
So like if you want a Stonehenge, but you accidentally put the inches instead of feet. Right. Okay. I was thinking the same thing.
Because to me that seems, but you're, and we talked last time, and I've since, taken a more active approach in listening to a lot of your stuff, because we love progressive, concept albums, and we love the whole predicate for your musical journey across these different albums and the sci-fi elements and so on and so forth. But it's got to be hard when you're putting together a show, because it's so in your minds and you've lived with it for so long, in that staging process, to say, how do I convey this thought? Because it's so near and dear to you to at some point say, all right, you do it now. It's got to be hard, right?
Right, absolutely. But, I also understand, like, with trying to put together a production like this, there are going to be limitations. I'm not making, like, the Star Wars movies.
Right,
so there's,
right.
like, trying to find these pieces that are really both resemble the story properly and also just the lineage of the band.
Right.
So, like, picking those things. And so it's a delicate process. That's why it's so hard to just kind of hand off. It needs to work in both domains.
It's amazing when you encounter someone who's very creative and can do that. I think that actually is an evolution in the step of being creative, is to say, to get your people where you can go, okay, now you can, I'm going to pass this along to you, because you have to at some point, because the general product will suffer if you don't have someone doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
I was curious about, when you are rehearsing for a tour, if when you guys go and you get in this performance space and do it, if you will try to get where, okay, guys, we're going to run it all the way through from beginning to end as if there's an audience there. Do you try to do that, or you do? Okay.
Yeah.
So with similar amount of breaks in between songs, like, you only have a certain amount of time, you go right into this other song. And then obviously you do that for a little while once you get out on the road and you've perfected it a few shows into that.
Yeah. I mean, it's really...
Because some people, I'm sorry to interrupt, but some people, I think, like Pearl Jam is kind of like, all right, here's the set list for tonight. Here's what we're going to do,
You don't have kind of that luxury.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, but to that point, I mean, how long into a tour routinely does it take before you've got the product the way you want it?
Oh, that's a good question.
And I just reduced what you do to a product.
right. With lights and programming and whatever that is, that usually takes a couple of weeks. But for us, it is. We got to understand our bodies, and there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of action. We don't just sort of rely on the visuals.
Right.
Coheed has been a very energetic band, the 20 years we've been one. So it's we need to take that into consideration. We don't, or just our health,
Right.
So that's why we run it front to back, is to make sure that we can breathe.
Claudio, as an artist, I'm curious as to how do you know when something is finished? Be it a song or a stage production or whatever. Like, because so much artistic vision goes into it, and I think artists sometimes don't know, am I done with this? Did I do it the way that I wanted to do it? So how do you know, all right, I'm done now, and now I can move on to the next one?
It's tough because you're never really done. Right. Like I want to say it's safe to say with this last record, I feel pretty complete just because the music has been around for so long. But typically the music is alive for a moment. You record it, you put it out, and you can't help but like sit and sort of nitpick it and think about the things that you could have done better. That happens. So. But usually for me, when I know a song is done, is when I'm pretending I'm Josh.
Yeah.
And I'm like slamming air drums, and I'm like getting super
You're
emotional.
hearing it as an audience member, basically.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned Josh, your drummer, and when we spoke to you last, you said you made an interesting comment, and I wish I had the exact quote, but Steve, I think you had asked him, wish if there was something you wish people appreciated more about the band or something like that. And I think you said something along the line, I wish they knew even more so what a great drummer Josh is. So
Yes.
he gave you this big time love on our program, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw it. It was incredible.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, we've all been playing music together for a very long time and in different bands, you know, and, you know, when I first saw Josh play, he was playing in a band with his brother, and I just remember being like so fixed and fascinated on him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, you know, it would just be incredible to one day play with him. And I think we had one night had a few beers together, and we were maybe taking a pee or on the side of the house. And I said to him, and mind you, Josh's brother and their band was like signed. They were off and going to do something. And I had said to him, you know, one day we're going to play in a band together. And he was probably like, "You're crazy."
You were 15 years old.
Yeah.
You were 15?
Hey, told me drunk on the porch we were going to play together. I was such a big fan of his. I wanted that to be true, but that felt crazy. But here we are, you know.
That's great.
Hey, I want to go back to the finished product. Have you guys changed anything that was quote unquote finished? Whether it be a lyric or chord progression, or have you, because you've been playing something or singing something for so long, and you go, you know what, man, this would have sounded, and you know what, you're the creator. You can do whatever the hell you want to it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, have you ever done anything that was kind of already in the books for years?
Yeah, we have. We've added little things like injecting like a cover of The Trooper inside a Coheed song, things
That's
like
cool.
that.
That's cool to be able to do that. It's cool.
Yeah, and you also, because when you make a record and you record the record, you only have this it feels like at least like this finite portion of time, and as you play it and perform it, you start to realize there are some things that you can do a little better, and you start to modify, and it happens.
And I was curious about musicians, bands that have a body of work. If you can kind of fall in and out of love with certain songs that you've written through the years, does that happen?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like I know.
What, if I may jump in here quickly, Preston, what song fell out of favor that is now back in favor?
What has fallen? That's a tough one.
Because you don't, just to revisit, like sometimes you need to rediscover why you wrote it and loved it in the first place,
Right. There's one song we're performing on this tour that we haven't in a while, and I like the song, but it's just a difficult one, and it seems to be a fan favorite, and we haven't played it in a long time. But it's the one of the set list that I'm like I want to battle. I want
right.
to get it, because it's really tough on my throat, and it's like right in the middle of the set, but it's called The Running Free.
Okay, so is it like in the show you're like, all right, 3 more till the running. 3 more, 2 more. All right. Now I got to do it.
Do you guys all feel the same about that song in particular? Is it sort of a group, or do you all have your own specific songs?
No, I don't think that song. I mean, there's a song that we're playing from the new record, which is a big undertaking, and I think that every night when we get that done, for me in particular, I'll feel really good.
Okay. All right. What about you, Zach? Anything? Or is it just all easy?
No, it's definitely not all easy. No. Actually, yeah, there's some stuff, from the new record where singing backup vocals is really difficult. So that kind of stuff will stress me out, because I can't really sing that good. So.
And we know Josh is so good that there's no problem whatsoever.
Well, your music has so many different textures. It has so many different places that it can go to, from tender ballad to in your face, that I would imagine the set list allows you time to take these breathers and flow. And you want the music to flow anyway when you're playing a show.
Yeah. We also curate a lot of segues to allow us time to, keep vibe going and allow us time to just gather ourselves.
Speaking of segues, I'll use this one to see if we can get some music. It's what I do, Josh. All right. See if you can get some music for us this morning. And what song you want to do here, Claudia?
We're going to do the Liars Club.
Excellent. All right, this is Coheed and Cambria on MMR.
Liars, it's the fear that wakes us up. It's the truth that things are such a mess, far beyond repair. Your mind at service words worth saying. Do to deserve this. Everything seems broken when you look at it that way. Oh, it's a disease, and there ain't no cure. Oh, the truth is such a bore. Oh, do you want me to lie? 'Cause I can do it, baby. I can do it lie. Do you please ask me to? 'Cause life would feel much better when we just avoid the truth. Baby, are you okay to lie with me? Deep in disgrace, we're empty retreats, farther than it seems to be. The older I creep, the pain in my body, longing for the days in my teens, where I guess I'll accept this carriage, death be on the wheel with my mama staring. Jealousy here in the back seat. Or do you want me to lie? 'Cause I can do it, baby. I can do it lie. To you, please, I'm begging you. 'Cause life.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Rissa. So we have a couple of guests that are joining us through the course of the morning to celebrate the young man's birthday. We have someone joining us via Zoom right now. Casey, the morning would not be complete without somebody from your most favorite organization ever. So we're going to welcome a Philadelphia Eagle to the program. Do we have him via Zoom? Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Graham.
What's up, Casey? What up, Preston? How y'all doing, man? Happy birthday, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, BG. Thank you so much. Wow.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, I'm going golfing this morning, you know, enjoying retirement.
Yes.
And then wanted to come celebrate you on your birthday, man. Wanted to wish you well.
I appreciate that. Where are you playing golf today?
Cricket club.
Yeah,
good choice.
Very good.
So, yeah, I'm going to walk, trying to keep this six-pack going.
I got out and walked 18 yesterday, man. It's toasty warm out there.
It's definitely a lot.
Uh-huh.
Hey, is it harder? Is it harder to stay in shape as a non-active professional football player?
You know what I've taken up? Cycling. I've been doing it like the last couple years anyway, but now I'm consistent every morning, 5:30, get out for an hour, do like 10 to 15 miles, and then come back in, wake the kids up, take them to school, then go work out.
That's great.
You know,
Yep. Yeah, you were in the Bend to the Shore bike tour last year. You were gracious enough to take a picture with my team because we were wearing Kelly Green jerseys. Are you doing the bike tour again this year?
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm getting ready for, trying to stay consistent on it. I'm going up there, so I'll see you out there.
Yeah.
When you get out and you're prepping for this, how many miles do you like to get in your practice runs, Brandon?
I like to go, for me, I just try to go 10 a day. 10 a day every week. I mean, and then I finish it with like 100 jumping jacks, and then I'll go in the house, I'm good. Then I go work out and run a little bit. Not crazy, but it's just for an hour workout. I'm still up at the facility. I go up there and get that workout in, and yeah.
So I tried doing the biking thing for a little bit, dude. But Brandon, my ass hurt too much.
Wow. Yeah, you better get them suspenders. You better get those that butt pad.
I agree because I've used all of what would be considered like the new. This is the new kind of seat, and I'm still yanking that out of my ass.
No, you got to get the right bike shorts. Got to get the right bike shorts. You know, he's because I do the same thing. I wear the bibs. You know, so when I take my shirt off, I look like King Kong Bundy, you know. But it is important. And if you're going to be sitting on the saddle for 3 hours or so.
So that's what does it? That's what keeps the seat from going up your esophagus?
Well, it's going to go up there regardless. But then also, and you know, Brandon, like if you get a good bike, they have these sensors that like measure your ass. So you get the right seat, so your ass bones can lay on the seat properly. So the whole technology
whole
around
thing.
it. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they
That's
brought.
sports science. That's sports science to cycling for sure.
So let
they
me
keep
ask
it
you,
up.
Brandon. Do you see yourself? I mean, if you're in love with this of the cycling, do you see yourself doing a lot more touring on the bike?
I haven't gotten there yet. It's more for my health, trying to make sure that I'm staying committed to just working out every day. Because a lot of guys told me if you don't do it now, you're not gonna do it later. So it's like, or it's gonna be harder later when you start again. So I'm just staying consistent on just working out every day, trying to look good. I'm my whole chip on my shoulder just to look good, so wifey can notice me.
That's right. That's right. Hey, Brandon. So Casey is a guy who loves birthdays, and not just his own. He loves when other people have birthdays. He's a very thoughtful guy. Make sure that people know that it's a special day for them. How do you hold birthdays, you and your family? Do you guys do special things, or is it a little more on the low-key side?
Oh no, we do special things because, man, every day and to your birthday, it's like, man, you're thankful to even still be here with all the stuff that's going on. And man, you gotta celebrate your time when it's your moment. And that's me too. I'm all about celebrating others because when my day come, I would love for, like how my wife just surprised me with certain stuff. It's like, oh man, I mean, that makes me feel good. It makes everybody feel good. Yeah. Even if they are private, they want people in private to do something privately nice for them. You know what I'm saying?
Brandon, you seem to me to be a really grateful person, which I appreciate and I really like. And you've talked a little bit about the physical transition from being a full-time professional athlete. What's the mental transition like? Because forever at this time of year, you're gearing up for the next season. From Pop Warner to high school to college to the pros with the Eagles. Now you're not doing that next year. Like, what's that like for you in mid-July and August when normally every other year you'd be getting ready for training camp?
Well, man, I'm talking about it more. Like right now, I am itching. Like, ooh, but it's more like, oh man, it's just I want to see the team do good. I'm dealing with those feelings every day as they come. Like, okay, part of life now is I don't have that locker no more. But that day that I was out of and I come in, I'm like, ooh, who took my locker? Oh, they took me out. They took me out. And you deal with that. You talk about it like, baby, this was today. They did this today. And man, now it's just part of life. I don't even think about it no more.
Good.
But I think it's just more because of the schedule that I have for myself already outside of this. My kids, I'm working on my drink right now, Crooked Tea. We doing that. And all this stuff is just keeping me busy. But I am feeling that feeling. Can't wait to watch the Eagles. Staying in shape, but I ain't messing around. I'm just saying, just trying to make sure that I'm looking good when I go out there. And that banner come down on Thursday night.
Yeah.
I'm talking my stuff. Ooh, I can't wait.
Hey,
But
Brandon.
that's gonna always be me. That's gonna always be me having that competitive competition, that competitiveness, just for me as a player, that's gonna always be there. But I am coming to the grips that it's over and I'm ready for the next great thing that's coming my way, and that's what I'm claiming for.
Well,
right there.
you mentioned the Crooked Tea. You guys have a contest that's going on this summer where you will actually show up at somebody's party, right?
Yeah, yep. You send in videos. We look through all the videos about why you love Brandon Graham and what you think about Cricket Tea, and and if you do a good one, we'll show up at your party and we gonna crash it and we gonna bring more people to your party.
So that's pretty cool. People can look up Crooked Tea online, find the website, get the information, do a search on social media, and make sure that you enter for that. And then you've got your kids' book out as well. It's BG's ABCs. How's that been going?
Man, that's been going really good too. Everything happened last year. We was talking through it all year, and man, it was when it came out. We just so happened to win the Super Bowl, and now that took it to another level. My kids always wanted to read it. I read it at their school. I mean, I read it at a couple of different schools, and man, it's been. Honestly, it's been so much fun going out on top because everything just been happening, just going. And right now, when it died down, I think that's when I really deal with those feelings of like, okay, it's over. Like, football is like it. What we doing now?
And Jalen went and did a kid's book. What is he got the inspiration from you?
I don't know. We was at the same time because I know he had to have did it last year in order for it to come out now. But I mean, I'm happy. Great mind think alike.
Yeah.
And, man, I'm happy that he got him one.
Yeah,
Even though
but
ain't nobody giving them no love, but we gonna keep on. Like I tell people, we gonna stay under the radar. Keep that chip on your shoulder, Jay.
Well, the difference is when you go to the schools to read your book, you can get him hammered on crooked T. So there you go.
There you go.
Oh no,
Brandon. Who's going to be the guy on the defensive line chirping at the offensive line this season? Because
man,
you were.
I think it's gonna.
You were
JC.
all pro. Yeah.
JC. I think he gonna mature in a way where he not trying to fight everybody when he out there, and then he gonna have the people around him like Nolan. I'll say Nolan though. I really feel like Nolan, even when he started taking off this year, you start hearing him talk that confidence. And Jalix, I like Jalix to be in that hunt because I think he's gonna have a breakout year this year, even though he did what he did last year, but on a more consistent basis. Right. I think we'll have him out there because he already looking good. Man, just being in there for the offseason, seeing it from a different lens, it's like, even though as a player, you still watch it, but it's like now I don't have no ties to nothing other than I just want to see y'all win, and just watching him, see how much he gained a little bit in his muscle. It ain't really stopped him from how fast he moving. And man, I'm excited to see who take off. Ojamo, Moro, man, it's.
But nobody is going to be able to chirp at the offensive line the way you did. I'm telling you, like, some of my favorite stuff is watching you mic'd up, just chirping, and you just you never stopped. And even Fletcher Cox is like, yeah.
No, that's what I'm gonna miss though. I am gonna miss all that because man, it's something about being out there in that moment. And I'm on the side, even when we run the Rams game and you see JC get that sack, it's like, man, it's just, what you put in. You know what you put in, and it ain't fake. It's really just going out there, loving the game how y'all love it. And man, this how I kind of get some of my stress off me. You know what I'm saying? Talking stuff to other people, hitting other people, imposing your will. It's addicting.
Listen,
sure.
I'll tell you something. You are the best ambassador for the sport. I'm as amazing as it's been and as amazing as the Super Bowl was, and being able to filter that excitement through your genuine passion and zeal is essential. So even though you say you're going on to this next chapter, you've got to make yourself available to all of us who love seeing your excitement for this.
I will, man. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going to cold turkey nothing. I'm going to be around that first game. Hopefully, I'm holding that trophy as we coming out the tunnel and the banner come down and go to kickoff. I don't want to go to kickoff the point toss. Let me do that.
Right. Hey, Brandon, last season, did you get to know Jeremiah Trotter Jr. at all? Like, he's a young guy, and you knew his dad, obviously. What were your impressions of the kid?
Oh, man, I'm loving that because all year, that was somebody I was talking to every chance I got because we in different rooms, but whenever we together, I always try to, throw those great words at him to let him know, hey, I'm just trying to talk you up because I see how hard he worked. Training camp last year, that boy ain't scared of contact. That's one thing for sure. He just now getting the flow of everything. It's just like even with me in my beginning, I had to feel the flow of how things were ran, and I think going into this year, having Zach Bond, Kobe Dean, people in front of him that he's learning from, and now it takes the pressure off of him. But man, I think he's gonna be a gem. This year, even on special teams, I feel like he's gonna make his name.
Nice.
Well, listen, Brandon, we know you got a tea time. We're going to let you go, but thank you for checking in for Casey's 50th birthday today. It means a lot to him. He's a huge fan of yours. So,
and huge fan. In fact, Brandon, you're a top 5 all-time Eagle player for me.
Man, I appreciate that.
Reggie White, Randall Cunningham, Mike Quick, and Brian Dawkins. That's my top 5 right there.
I appreciate you, man. I'm trust me, I ain't going nowhere, man. We gonna have some fun together. Watch these Eagles go back to back. That's how I feel.
All right, Brandon Graham.
Let's go.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Take care, man. We'll see you. Man, he's the best. He's the best. Nice guy. He's the best. Awesome. Isn't that great?
You know what was so great during the course of that interview? Because he was in the front seat of his car. he was parked somewhere, and you saw these guys walking past him on the street.
Did they recognize him?
I was just saying, I'm like, these guys have no idea that Brandon Graham is in the car.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can almost guarantee that whoever's walking behind him knows who he is. You know what I mean? And are fans of his.
His smile is so infectious. His just zeal, like Steve, you said it, his zeal for life, his happiness. You know, you watch that guy, and it's impossible not to smile.
Love it.
Casey, real quick, our next guest has a letter for you. The letter is H, as in...
Happy birthday! I'm on the other side of the console. I'm coming to tongue kiss you.
Jacky Bam Bam over here giving Casey Boy a big hug. Look at this. Look at you two standing next to each other. You look like a child.
I know. It's
Next
like
to
twins, like Danny DeVito. And
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
5-0.
Yeah.
You want to come over?
Yeah, come around to the mic,
Come on to the
Jackie.
microphone.
Yeah,
Let's
get over there.
let's get you over here, Jacky.
Jackie puts in twice the amount of work every shift he does because he stays around and does pre-production on his other shows, and it's crazy.
Yeah, he's
Jackie.
been here after his show. His show ended at midnight, and he's still here.
I knew it was your birthday. I wanted to cross over and say happy birthday, but I was down the hallway and Marissa said, come on down. But
happy birthday to you as well. Your birthday.
Yeah, my birthday was yesterday.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 193. I'm the longest living fossil alive.
It is a point that you keep a mystery. I'll tell you this: you look young and vital, and you, in many ways you look like Jackie Onassis.
I do.
So, yeah.
How's my eyeliner holding up?
Do you reveal your age, or is that you like to keep that secret?
I'm very old. Let's put it that way.
Are your headphones okay? You keep gesturing and moving.
Now they are.
It's the earrings.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same camp with you, and you're as young as you feel.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
But as Pierre says, I'm at the end of the aircraft. But I was walking. I said, "Can I? All these special guests. I heard you talking about Chuck scheduling fish for your birthday. It's amazing."
Yeah.
Did you do anything fun to celebrate your birthday?
No, I was here putting the show together.
Okay.
So, but I am going to celebrate this weekend, 3-day weekend, and next weekend I'm going to be hosting John Waite and Rick Springfield down at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. So that's
Nice.
took a comp day. So yeah.
And John's a good friend of yours.
Yeah.
So,
and it's his birthday too tomorrow. John's birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's a lot of big birthday. Yeah, John Waite's birthday.
He's probably missing you.
Oh,
good.
Thank you so much.
So you're going to be celebrating your birthday this weekend a little bit. Is there anything specific you have planned, or?
I'm going to be probably with the Uptown String Band. There's a lot of parades going on. A lot of string bands are in a lot is township parades. So if you see any mummers, get out there, take some pictures and all. But
as Casey turns 50 years old, it's a milestone number. It's a big one. Is there any advice you want to offer him, or any words of wisdom you want to throw towards Casey's way?
Well, he said 50, and we were talking about, how your butt goes in the seat and all. What is it, Kim Kardashian? You get those ass plants? Is that what it is?
Plants,
you might want to, try and get one of them.
Okay. Good advice, man.
A butt lift?
Yeah. So when we tour the world again,
we got to do that.
Oh yeah, when you guys went out to Phoenix, that was
and California.
Yeah, don't be surprised if we might send you on the road again sometime soon.
I'm ready to go, man.
Yeah, for some salad bowls and muchachos.
I mean, I legit
muchachos.
In my back room, my little TV room, next to my recliner, I have a picture on the wall, and the picture is of me and Jacky Bam Bam on the beach in Los Angeles.
Yes.
As the sun was setting.
That was the last day. I have that same picture framed too.
Yeah,
Isn't that so? But stop and think about it. You got a little emomal.
Yeah,
that you guys have shared.
I was thinking about listen, man. When we would drive past cemeteries, he would do a sign of the cross, or he just is always thinking about people and cares about people. He legit cares about people.
You guys have that in common.
Yeah.
I think, absolutely. All right, well, listen, Jacky, we got to let you run because we have a guest who's joining us. But listen, Jacky has been brought to you today by the letter J, as in judiciary.
Ooh, that's a big one. Can't wait to do that again. Happy birthday, Case. I love you.
Jacky Bam Bam.
Love you, buddy.
All right, we have someone who is going to join us on the Xfinity mobile guest line. He's off in the middle of the woods somewhere. Casey doesn't know who these guests that we're having on, by the way. To be honest, I can't believe that this guy is calling our phone right now.
Oh, shut up. Oh, man.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lindros would be calling my phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even going to play the whole thing. Joining us right now, somewhere in the wilds of Canada, we have the one and only Eric Lindros on our phone. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man?
Happy 50th.
How about that?
Wow. So you,
Amazing.
Eric, you were like the first Philadelphia athlete that was almost like my age. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it was there was just like I was always younger than professional athletes, and then there was just this hot minute where it was the same age as professional athletes. And now, like, there's no professional athletes as old as I am, so, like, it was just weird.
You guys grew up together as well.
Basically. It's essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're kind of best friends.
Where are you right now, anyway, Eric?
We're a couple hours north of Toronto. We pop up for the summer, and it's close enough to get back to the city every once in a while when need be, but we try and get the kids out of the city and into the woods, and they're doing the swimming and they're all over the place. A little bit of tennis and water skiing and all that stuff. So it's all good.
Enjoying life.
Something different. Yeah.
So what do you think about the number 50? By the way, how old are you, Eric?
I'm a 73.
73.
You look sensational.
Wow. So I got you by a few.
No, that's the wise move by you.
But
yeah.
50 is good. 50 is good. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. We were talking earlier, you're allowed some freedoms, I think, by the time you turn 50, and where you can finally say, you know what, I'm 50 years old. I've kind of earned my right to say, yeah, I do want to do that, or no, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
certain areas.
Yeah. I think also, Eric, and you'll probably, you haven't reached this point, but I have, you get that sort of accommodation at 50, and it gets progressive. I'm at the point now where I can openly defecate in my pants, and I'm allowed to do it.
You're allowed to.
Yeah.
Not all of us have reached that.
No. Yeah. And I'm loving it.
Hey, Eric, I'm gonna transition away.
It sounds like.
Just following Steve's comment, I do have a hockey question for you. You played, Rick Tocchet as a player, and he's a Flyers head coach now, and that dude always seemed to me to be a lot of fun and just a great guy and a really great teammate. But when he takes something seriously, he takes it really, really seriously. What are your impressions of him coming on as a Flyers head coach?
I think it's a great move. I mean, I think you saw the writing on the wall when Miller was traded instead of the other player, and it worked out extremely well for Philadelphia. That the timing it couldn't have gotten better.
Do you see? So it's such a conundrum when you're dealing with professional sports, and specifically also with hockey, and things are looking good, and then you have things going south, and it's sort of this back and forth game, and it seems to be like you start to piecemeal it together and hope for the best. Are you seeing signs? And you got to be honest with us, Eric. Are you seeing signs that the team it's such a great team that it's going in the right direction? Do you believe we're moving ineluctably towards a successful season?
Sometimes you got to tear down to get better, right? I think a lot of franchises have done that in the past. Others have been able to maintain a certain level. Like Boston maintained a super high level for like almost a decade. Tampa Bay has been up there. Now you're seeing Florida. They've been in the finals with the last 3 years, winning the last two. It's hard to take, but sometimes you got to take your lumps a little bit and build through the draft and let these guys grow up and start taking on more.
Yeah.
More reliable.
Eric, I wanted to ask about, you mentioned Florida, and I was pulling for the Oilers. I wanted to see a Canadian team win. I've had enough.
Yeah.
Florida's done it enough times. From the standpoint of Canadian players, when you're not, playing professionally in the team anymore, you want to see your Canadian teams do well, correct?
Well, we haven't had a cup up here for a long time.
Yeah.
So it would have been great to see. But Florida played really well. I mean, honest, like they're just a pack of wolves.
Yeah.
And there's no space. There was very little stretch passing. It was old school, and guys, they grind you. They might not be super big, physically, but they have huge hearts and play big. They're just a real solid, deep team. And then they go and sign all these guys. They kept them.
Yeah.
That's they kept them for like Marchand at $5.25. Are you kidding me? That's a steal.
Yeah.
So
I'm just tired of teams winning from places where ice wouldn't be able to survive outside.
I know.
At any point of the year.
At any point of the year. You should at least at some point in the year generate ice naturally.
Yeah, is that we'd be cutting the league a little short with that.
I know.
Yeah, true.
Florida teams,
Vegas, and Southern California, and Dallas. Eric, I'm gonna ask you. This is related to the Stanley Cup Finals and the last team to win it from Canada, which was 1993, the Montreal Canadiens. Can you name?
Yeah, John LeClair was on that team.
Okay, so can you name the only defenseman to ever score a hat trick in the Stanley Cup Finals?
Desjardins.
Eric
probably.
Desjardins.
Wow.
Yeah. And your buddy John LeClair had 2 overtime winners in that series.
Yeah.
I mean,
we snuck him out of town.
Are you still see John? You guys obviously have had a long.
No, John's. I haven't talked to John in about a month or so, but we talk pretty regularly.
Love that.
I see him. Johnny's a great guy. He comes up every year and helps out with the charity I run up here, and I see him down when we do our skates together down there. So, no, Johnny's seems to be doing well.
Cool. Eric, I want to talk to you. We just talked to Brandon Graham, and he was talking about his, the transformation that takes place coming out of being an active athlete and sort of retiring and moving into that next step. And I think it's something that's unique to guys who operate at a professional sports level, as you have. And do you remember anything about that those initial first years when you retired from the sport?
Yeah. There's no playbook for this. So I wanted to keep busy. I went right to the Players Association and started working there, and was at the Players Association for 2 or 3 years, kind of restructuring things and getting, it needed some help in there. And there was a group of us that went in to try and put together a better structure. Sorry, we got a puppy here, and he's all over the place. I got into that, and then that role turned into ombudsman. And for anybody that's looking to be an ombudsman, I don't know, I wouldn't want to be an ombudsman ever again. It's not you're not waking up to everybody happy with you're fielding a lot of concerns and questions about some left turns here.
Sure, yeah, but you've said hockey is one of those sports where you can keep playing, just for fun. You still on your men's league? Yeah.
Well, it's not a league, actually. We just have a group of guys.
Oh, cool.
We've got about 30 guys that rotate in, and we have 2 teams, a couple of lines, and 4D a team, and really good depending. And whoever can make it, we fill up every week and go at it at the local rink in the morning, and then guys get off and do what they need to do for the rest of the day.
So, how many of these 30 guys are former professional hockey players?
There's about 5 or 6 that played in the NHL.
Wow.
And then some played in the minors, and some from Europe. And then we got some of these young punks that are coming out of college. Here's what we had to do, though. It got too fast. So we had to implement the 2-line pass rule again.
It got too fast.
No kidding.
Do you have any room for
you guys can fly.
Do you have any room for a newly minted 50-year-old?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
The problem is my feet, they don't like ice skates.
They don't like ice skates.
They hate ice skates, yeah.
Well, listen.
We'll put on a pair of steel-toed boots, and we'll send you.
Do that. Nice.
All right, Eric. Well, listen, we're just having some people like yourself, some people that Casey admires, call in and give him a little bit of love on his birthday. So we appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me. Happy birthday, Casey.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, thank you, Eric Lindros. Take care of yourself, my man.
Eric Lindros would be calling my
we'll
phone.
see ya. Oh, man.
Can you believe Eric Lindros called in to wish you happy birthday?
He just said happy birthday, Casey. Like freaking Eric Lindros. Brandon Graham. Oh, my God.
Well, we have more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we have more that's coming up.
Well, no, we already had Gary Lauer.
Oh, God, what am I thinking?
Well, then
we're all done.
We can just move on.
No, actually, no, we have a little more that we're going to do if you're just tuning in. Casey's birthday is tomorrow, July 4th, the celebration of the birth of our nation and the birth of our favorite boy man, Casey Boy.
And just to repeat, by the way, and I still get texts and tweets about the boy comes from there was a Casey girl.
Yeah.
It was just a delineation.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's literally how we could tell them apart when we were talking about them. You know, somebody said that, Casey's going to get those banners and bring them. Who? Casey Boy or Casey Girl? Casey Girl.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, so that's how we had to do it, come up with that. But it's Casey's 50th tomorrow. It's a biggie.
And so what's crazy is I was 23 minutes away from being born on the 5th of July. And I'm like, and I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I'm so grateful, like, that, my mom was able to get me out in time because the 4th of July is an amazing day to have a birthday.
Yeah.
Like, it is, I'm telling you, like, I've never had school on my birthday. I've never had to work on my birthday. And people are like, oh, you never got to bring cupcakes to school. I was like, not having school is 1,000 times better than cupcakes.
You get fireworks on your birthday every year.
And also, like, it's not like it's not a holiday that overshadows your birthday by a whole lot, like a Christmas birthday.
No,
or
it
something
actually
like
gives,
that.
you're probably getting together with people anyway, and it sort of gives a good incentive to do a little extra.
And then the other thing is, as a child, everybody in my town knew it was my birthday.
Yeah.
And so that as a kid, as a child, when everybody wishes you a happy birthday, it just makes you feel special.
All right, we have to take a break in order to get our next guest on. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We're celebrating Casey's 50th birthday today. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Much better if we just avoid the truth. Baby, are you okay to lie with me? 'Cause I can do it, baby. Baby, are you okay? Oh, are you okay with it? Baby, are you okay? Okay with it? 'Cause I can do it, baby. Oh, do you want me to lie? Life would feel much better if we just avoid the truth. Baby, are you okay to lie with me? 'Cause I can do it, baby. I can do it, lie to you. Please, I'm begging you, 'cause life would feel much better if we just avoid the truth. Baby, are you okay to lie with me?
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
That's beautiful.
That is just stunning. Coheed and Cambria, 93.3 WMMR. They've access to a window of the Waking Mind tour. We'll be at the Leah Core Center on July 27th, and they're rehearsing, and they were in the vague vicinity, so came by this morning.
It was so glad to have you here. You know, Preston talked about getting emails and people being very excited, and that, you know, your fan base is so invested in what you do. And you mentioned Star Wars earlier. There was a point at which George Lucas became a pariah to his own fans. You know, how do you balance, because your fans have such ownership of your content, you know, they're so invested in it. Is that a fine line you have to walk?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think about it too much, just because, you know, a lot of the story is so directly related to my experiences when I'm writing it.
Right.
It's hard. Like, there are things conceptually that I'll inject that I'll know that, like, for example, this last record and its story component ends on this cliffhanger that I really knew, like, when I came up with the idea, this is going to please the audience.
Yeah.
Like, in such a fantastic way. And it has so far. Like, as people are starting to digest the record and read the story, I'm seeing a lot of comments about it and people trying not to spoil the end. But for the most part, I try not to think about it. But when I get a concept that I know is going to be a home run, it's like, oh, this is going to be great.
That's excellent. That's a cool place to be at.
Yeah. Speaking of concepts and genre stuff and so on, because we had a nice lengthy conversation with you last time. Did you watch Stranger Things?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, right? Now, Nick has not finished it yet, so no spoilers.
2 episodes to go. I'm watching this weekend.
Get on it.
I know.
He's right.
It's funny because you're talking about spoilers, and in this day and age, information just gets out. You might just be scanning through Twitter about anything, and then all of a sudden you get some spoiler about Coheed, or you get some spoiler about Stranger Things, just because it's been out for a week or however long the record's been out. And so, as a consumer of the product, you're like, but I want to take that in. I want to be surprised by it. It makes it's a weird challenge to have to present to yourself, but it's a challenge nonetheless.
Yeah. Especially now when there's just so many avenues to get things spoiled. I mean, it's tough. Like, if you're on social media, it's going to happen.
Well, you might be your realm. The story you've been telling with these many albums over the course of this epic story. I think it's. Unless you actually sit down and listen, it's harder to get spoiled. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you might be, in all the realms, you might be the most immune to spoilers, correct?
Right. But it's funny because the other day my wife, because my wife and I, we partnered together on writing the story. And she got a social post that was a picture of the end of the story with the illustration and the big spoiler.
Right.
And she's like, I can't repost this, so she just like X's out all of the stuff.
Oh my God.
So it happens, but yeah, I think we're definitely in a safer zone.
Is there any talk of this coming to the screen?
We started to talk with our agent at William Morris about trying to make it happen.
Meet with the Duffer Brothers.
It's funny you say that. Like,
Yeah.
I just saw that they put out. They have now a subsidiary of Netflix that they're putting out, and I sent it to management. Like, we should send this to the Duffer Brothers.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
Do you see it as an animated story or live action?
I see it as all of them. I could see it as an animation. I could see it as a live action film or show.
What do you think your fans would like to see it as?
That's a good question. I think probably a show, just because it's more in line with the format of a comic.
Yeah.
Seeing as comic book is 12 issues, primarily like in like an arc, so 12 episodes in an episodic. I could see that. I could see it like that, but these Vaxxas stories really, to me, play out more like a film.
Who rocks your world in as far as who were your seminal influences as far as science fiction? And I assume you're all in the genre as far as a love of this material. You in particular, Cliff.
I mean, yeah, just growing up, Star Wars. I mean, I was born in '78, so that was just in
your wheelhouse.
Yeah. And then I was so into that I was looking for, sitting up waiting for HBO to maybe get the license and play it.
Yeah.
And find things like Krull, or I think
we talked about Krull.
Yeah. Krull was a favorite of mine. Like,
Dune
really.
sits right in your wheelhouse, right?
Absolutely.
I forget if we asked you last time, but have you seen? Do you see the most recent?
I love
I mean, that's right in your pocket there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Big sci-fi world building. It's become my thing. I think about it now. I'm like, wow, I've been doing it 20 years. It's actually over 20 years because the concept was born in '98, and I'm just like, wow, it's so bizarre when I see all of the characters and we do the comic conventions and even the crews, like when fans cosplay as like characters in the story that they seem to resonate with. It's like, wow, that's pretty powerful. Like, I've always wanted to have that. I've always wanted to do that.
How many times have you seen a cosplayer come up and you think to yourself, wow, I envision that character more in shape?
Yeah.
In my mind,
different.
You know what happens. Like there was a guy who used to come out to our events, very nice, but we eventually called him Captain Central America.
Yeah.
Because he was less impressive than Captain America.
And then we had Cross-Eyed Batman.
Yeah.
Hey, they're having fun. They're definitely
As long
having
as
fun.
you're having fun, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
From the characters in the story, do people reach out to you and say that they've gotten inspiration and in their own personal lives and so on? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just inspired to create stories or
fan fiction, basically, off your stuff.
Well, that happens. That could happen. But even just like aspiring to be like an author of some sort.
Wow.
Or a creator.
That's
of
so cool.
So.
Nice. Do we have time to get another song out of you?
Absolutely.
All right.
Let me make sure I'm there for you guys.
All right. I'll mention again, Vaxxas 2, Window of the Waking Mind tour at Leah Core Center on July 22nd. You can get tickets. Just go to CoheedandCambria.com. All the tour information and ticket sales information is right there. What are we going to hear now, Claudio?
Shoulders.
Excellent. This is Shoulders on MMR's Coheed and Cambria.
Listen now, think I've got your attention. Got to let you know. I hate to see you go now that you're gone. We can enjoy the show. Find laughing at you, that's the one thing. Hey, hey, my wicked eyes don't see that I'm the one in the world on my shoulders. You're going out of your way just to keep me down. Maybe we weren't made for each other, and I'm just the one can't keep around. Maybe all things have been misconceptions. That's
93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Marissa. Casey, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
We have joining us, and this guy is he could be one of the greatest humans alive as far as I'm concerned.
He is certainly vying for that position.
That he is. And he is checking in just for Casey's 50th birthday today. We are excited. He's got so many things on his plate. It's ridiculous. Something very big coming up as well with Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, Bert Kreischer. He's joining us. He's got his shirt off via Zoom. Good morning to you, bud.
Of course I'd call in. Of course. Casey, you are the linchpin for me to be friends with the show.
Yes.
Without you texting, I don't know if I'd ever be a part of this show. I'm being serious.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, it's the first time we ever had you in here. It was like, okay, I love this guy. Yeah. So
you showed me your taint that day.
Wow. I probably did. Hey, we were just talking about you earlier this week because of all the stuff that you've got going on. And again, like after watching you in the machine, you continue with the podcast, continue with the stand-up, but also please pursue a career on the big screen because you are really good.
Well, thank you. I'm trying. Listen, I'm really good at playing Bert. That's what you're good. That's what you're noticing.
So what?
We're at a hotel right now, and it's like celebrity actor camp. Every celebrity is here that's shooting a movie in Atlanta. Shooting in Atlanta, they're all here, and it's crazy. But they're real actors. They're into the process, and they read the script. I don't read the action in the script. So I'll read a script. And I'll have no idea. We're like, why is everyone talking to this lady? And you're like, you didn't read the beginning. It says you're in an airplane.
Well, what we're referring to is there was the announcement, Bert, of this series that you're doing, scripted series with Netflix, Free Bert. And the conversation, Casey's right, the conversation came up. In the machine, there are moments where, listen, you can't be straight up, crazy, delivering the jokes all the time. There has to be some emotional context and so on and so forth. And you were really good at that. And we both had the revelation when watching the movie that this is something that we'd love to see more of. Obviously, as you said, you've got a lot of irons in the fire. But this ability to sort of spread your wings a little more in this area is very encouraging.
Small bites.
Yeah. Small bites.
My acting is like me at a party. My wife says it's better if you leave early. Don't spend too much time with it.
So you're not going to cause Denzel to sweat any, but it's.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I got offered. I got told on the machine, just giving you a heads up, you're prone to being problematic. And I was like, really? And it's like, yeah. I love acting, but what I love more is the energy of like creating a TV show, having a crew, having a cast. Like I focus on the rap party more than I do my life.
Wow.
There's something, people who have done theater, and Casey always talks about the experience and like theater kids and so on and so forth. There's that level of camaraderie and that kind of experience. That's your world. You love that sort of environment.
I love it so much. I love. This is what I love. So we have offices here in Atlanta on the studio lot, and we went into the men's room, and this is where this is what I love about a TV show. I go to the men's room, on the back of the door, for whatever reason, there's a clipboard with a pen and a piece of paper, and I was like, why is that there? So then I wrote, please log what you did in the bathroom, how it turned out, and the time. So I started logging. Bert Kreischer, number 1, fairly clear. Bert Kreischer, number 2, I was there for a while. And then everyone on the team noticed it, and now we're on our second page. Everyone's logging everything.
That's phenomenal. I love that. I love that.
You're right. I love the camaraderie. I love the team. I love making the thing. I love writing it. I love writing it.
Wow.
And the acting's fun when we know if you're doing it with the people, with good people, and I've only done it with good people. It's really fun.
So can you reveal, cast wise, you're there. You're obviously doing the show. Who else is in the cast?
We have Arden Mirren.
Yeah,
my wife. We have this girl Ava who's like huge on TikTok playing Georgia. And we have this little girl who's never done anything in her life. Her name's Lilu. She's playing Isla. And I will simply say she is a Steen Sealer. She is Norm. She is Coach. She is Woody, all rolled in one.
Wow.
And, I mean, writing for this child has been so fun. You have no idea.
That's great. That's great.
Bert, I love following you on Instagram because it's just entertaining as hell, and you're always doing something cool. You interview a ton of people that I find fascinating or that we've had through the studio. And by the way, Arden Mirren's great. We had her in maybe a year or two ago.
Terrific. She
was terrific on Righteous Gemstones, and it's really cool that she's going to be on your show as well. But this week, a couple days ago, you were in the audience at Red Rocks watching Widespread Panic. You performed there. Talk about that experience, being in the audience versus being up on stage.
It's so much better than being on stage. It's so much better. Well, first of all, you got to be on stage once to enjoy Red Rocks being in the audience, because if you perform there, you get to just use the artist entrance and the artists. I mean, it's almost like you're part of the band. And so you pull up the back side of Red Rocks. You don't wait in line. You don't park. You walk in the artist entrance where they have pictures of the Beatles and Big Head Todd and all these huge bands all over. And then you walk in and you get yourself a drink. You go talk to the tour manager, and then Derek Trucks comes over. We had a shot of tequila. Wow. My wife's back there. We took some pictures. And then you enter through the tunnel to go to the sound booth. So you go in the tunnel where all the artists sign. It's wow. My favorite part is I love it. I love it. I'm jaded because I performed there 3 times. But what's great is bringing friends and watching the look on their face, like, what? Well, how are we? And then you literally walk up a tunnel and then through the sound, and you enter on like the 13th row of Red Rocks, and you enter the center of Red Rocks. amazing. It's
a magical place. I mean, I've gone there. There's a park that surrounds it. I've hiked around there a few times just to be in the park, and then been lucky enough to go to a couple shows. And we just don't have that around here. The Man in Philly's great, and there are some nice venues in our town, but there's not natural amphitheaters like that. And if you ever get a chance, it's a cool place to visit, even if you're not seeing a show.
I don't know if I'm performing in Philadelphia. I'm not sure. I've not paid attention to my schedule starting in September. Permission to Party World Tour, but I am doing Red Rocks October 1st. If you want to make a trip, I'm telling you, it's worth it. It is such a great experience. And then what's crazy is like Leanne, we're empty nesters, and we went to Red Rocks, and they know us there. Like the staff is like, "What's up, Bert? Hey, Leanne." And now Leanne's got her like big girl shoes on. She's like, "We're going to go see the Red Clay Strays. They're coming in." And then Sturgill Simpson's the night after. We might as well make it a twofer. Let's rent out all of Highland Haven, and let's bring a bunch of friends, and we'll just load it up. We'll take them in through the back entrance, walk them in through the tunnel, get them right in Red Rock, sit right in front. We know. And then we'll stay later, hang with the band.
What's the way you play? Because I can see you going both ways. You're taking someone, you're showing them the platinum treatment. Are you like, can you guys believe this? Are you playing it like, yeah, I'm used to this?
Oh, I'm like, I every time I go, I did it with my sisters.
Yeah.
And I go, just giving you a heads up, I'm ruining Red Rocks for you. And they're like, what? I go, you'll never have this experience again. Every time you come to Red Rocks from here on out, you're going to go, well, no, this sucks. I want to go Bert's way.
Right.
It's so awesome.
Yeah.
And then you get done and you hang out, you go backstage after the show and you wait for the audience, all the people to traffic clear. You get a drink. You see the band, you say hi, you shoot, it's awesome.
That's great.
That's awesome, man.
Hey, where are you right now? Because you're not on tour.
Atlanta.
Are you just on
He's in Atlanta.
That's okay, dude. I'm so
I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my birthday's coming up. That's all I've really been thinking about.
So
can I suggest something?
Yes.
So on my 52nd birthday, I tried to count how many birthdays I could remember. I think it's an interesting, try to sit with a piece of paper and try to remember as many birthdays as you can, right? You'll remember your 16th. You'll remember your 21st. You're going to remember one when you were younger, and then you'll remember some of the recent ones. Here's what I suggest. So do something epic today that you'll never forget. So on my 52nd birthday, I benched 300 pounds. So... and I'll never forget that.
Okay.
I'll never forget that.
Well, you also had Schwarzenegger helping to train you, right?
Yeah, so maybe I'll call Arnold.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
Well, I benched 225 pounds last week.
Bro.
2 plates. I mean, but kind of like barely,
Listen, Casey, Casey's gotten himself in really top level shape now. He's turned things around, and you were working out as well regularly, Bert. So I mean, these are the things that you try to adjust after you've beaten your body up for a couple of decades.
You're telling me. I benched 25 in February, and I benched 225 12 times the other day. So I'm still in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I'm just fat. Do something epic today, Casey, that you'll never forget. Like walk home from work. Wild. That was the birthday that I walked.
Walk home from work. That's a great idea.
Oh my God. Is there anything about turning? I mean, 50 it's a milestone. It's a big number. And I don't remember feeling significantly changed when I turned 50 or really other than just, okay, I'm officially, of that age, whatever you want to call it. But is there anything that you recall, Bert, about turning that age and feeling any different afterwards?
It's a beautiful age because now I go backwards. So I'm really 48. I'm going to see if I can see how young I can get.
You're gonna Benjamin Button it.
Kind of love that.
I'm going to Benjamin Button it.
Yeah.
See if I can get 14. That would be cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say this, and I've noticed this at the point of life that I'm at. I'm still, in essence, the guy, save for some life experiences and extra wisdom. The core is basically the same guy I was from like 35 on. Do you pick an age in your life where you say, okay, the mold is essentially set. This is who I've remained, save for additional experiences and wisdom?
Oh, yeah. I haven't changed. I think I stopped growing up at probably 23.
23.
I stopped. And I was like, I think I'm good here. I'm reading books. I don't need to learn anything. Emotionally, I'm going to stay this way. I'm broken. I have oppositional defiance order. That's going to stick there. I like beer. I'm going to do this every day. I just need to find one chick and then just obsess about her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't changed. I mean, I haven't changed. The biggest change I ever had was having kids. But still, when I had kids, I was just a dude with 2 kids. Yeah. Like, I saw this dad yesterday was at the pool, and he made his daughter get out of the pool to drink some water. And I just started laughing, and I was like, I never did that. I never was like, get my daughters hydrated. I was like, if they want water, they should know where to find it.
Now, Leanne had it together, though, right? She knew what she was doing.
What? Leanne informed me the other day that we all have different electric bills.
What?
I thought we all just paid the same in electric. I didn't know that it was based on how much you use.
Oh, you mean, I thought you meant just you and the family. You mean you didn't know that all people had different...
That it was set rate for everyone?
I just figured, I'm like, I've never paid an electric bill, so... Listen, in college, right? You go to college... Your dad pays it when you're growing up. You go to college, you live with your buddies, everyone chips in, right?
Yeah.
Right? And then I moved to New York. New York set. I don't know. I lived on couches. I then moved to LA. I got a business manager, never touched it. I married Leanne. Leanne took care of all our bills. And then the other day, we're talking about turning lights off when you leave a room. I go, that's like an old wives' tale. He's like, what? I go, it's like an old wives' tale. It's not real. She's like, no, it's totally real. That's how you save money. And I went, wait, if I turn lights off, I really save money? Like is it noticeable? She goes, yes. I turned all the lights on the house. And I'm like, why not?
Dude, we've talked about this. There are things. Listen, both Preston and I freely admit our wives handle all of it. Yes. I'm not really even sure where the checkbook comes. Occasionally, I find pieces of green paper in my pants, and I think, oh, that's money. You know, it's the way it is, though. Thank God for them. We'd be dead in the water. Yeah. But yeah, it's true. You don't have time for that, for God's sake.
No. Listen, let me tell you something. I came to the realization we are staying. I'll show you where we're staying. We're staying. This is our apartment, right?
Wow.
Leanne, come out and say hi.
Hey,
Okay.
Leanne. It's wearing a robe.
That's my assistant, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle. What's up, man?
It's basically like 1,000 square foot apartment, and we'll be here for 2 months. And I got to tell you, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love Leanne's losing her mind.
Yeah.
I am all over her. I love the tininess of it. And I'm like, I might get rid of my house and just move into an efficiency.
You can do, there's a big craze of the tiny home thing. Amazon sells one from
tiny homes.
Yeah.
Do you know how much sex you have when you're in a tiny home? We're always on them. We've got how many times, Leanne? 3 times. And we've been here since Saturday.
Wow. Nice.
Does Kyle know that?
Kyle's just found out.
Kyle holds the camera.
No, but there's something very, very comforting. It's like cocoon-like. It's, you know what I mean? You get a little more comfort, a little more like in the womb.
My other house is big. It's like 5,000 square feet. I got to walk to have sex. Yeah. It's 2 steps and we're in.
There is something comforting about knowing that you can live, like I've had my share of basement apartments and so on and so forth, and I was fine to know you don't carry the weight of what if I lose this or what if I...
No, I don't carry that weight at all.
Yeah.
Do something. Okay, these are the luxuries I need in life, okay? These are the luxuries. Pillows, blankets. I don't ever want someone to tell me how many pillows I get or how many blankets I get. That'll make me crazy. I would like to determine when I wake up. If I have someone telling me when to wake up, I'm going to be a bad guy all day.
There you go.
I like to wake up the way the Lord meant for me to wake up, with my eyes going, it's time to rise and shine.
I wanted to ask you, because we had Tom Segura on, and his series, which we loved, has been renewed. Any plans to appear on that? Because it's, there's a bunch of different skits. You guys certainly have a history together.
Yeah, I told him, I said, I'll be the guy that craps his pants or has sex with you or you have sex with me, whatever, all the story arcs he has in that brilliant piece of work. I love Bad Thoughts. I didn't know he could act. I was like, I've never seen him in anything.
Yeah.
I was like, he can legit act. and he loves acting. I would be shocked if he continued stand up. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
Really? That would suck
I'm
for
not
everybody.
joking at all. He told me in private, but I'll tell you. He was like, I never planned on doing stand up. He was like, I came out to make movies and to act, and I just started stand up because I couldn't get any roles. And I was like, really? And then he took over stand up and podcasting. He's one of the best stand ups in the world. And I'm like, so now the thing you wanted to do and were focused to do, now you're getting to do. He's going to be prolific. I'm telling you, he's doing a movie right now. I don't know if it's been announced, but he's doing a movie right now in New Mexico that is like the hottest script for the last 20 years.
Wow.
And so, yeah. But no, he doesn't want to put me in anything. He doesn't put me in anything. Do you know why? Because let me tell you why. Because I got main character energy. And he knows the second he stands next to me on my screen, he becomes David Spade and I'm Tommy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're Farley to his David Spade. Yeah.
I wish that was true, but I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't put me in anything. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, probably jealousy. I have another question about another recent guest that you had. We learned about Andy Frasco, I think, through Todd Glass, and we had him on a year or so ago as well. I didn't know much about Andy Frasco until he was here. And then I just was blown away at how entertaining and kinetic the guy is. How long have you known Andy, and what was it like having him on your show?
Andy's like Jelly Roll. I've known Andy forever, but I don't know how I met him. But we met online and then hooked up and had a drink and became friends. He is, in all honesty, he is a Colorado legend. Like, in Colorado, everyone in every jam band knows him.
Yeah.
Everyone at Red Rocks knows him. Everyone in every bar knows him. He legit is a legend, and his shows are legendary. We brought him on the cruise with us when we did the cruise, and his shows would take over the Lido deck. And he is standing on the piano, drinking whiskey, crowd surfing, and everything's kind of improv and of the moment and fun and flowing. And he's a sweetheart. I love him to death.
Yeah, he's not like any entertainer that I know out there right now. He's really found his own niche, and he's so good at it. But you can be kinetic and overtop and energetic, but if you're not backing it up with actual entertainment value, people aren't going to pay attention. And he is entertaining and talented on top of all of it.
His song, Dancing, I think it's Dancing on My Grave.
Yeah.
I think it is one of my favorite songs. I want to play it at my funeral. He was with me the night I won the 50-50 raffle at the Flyer.
No kidding.
We'll never forget that friggin' day.
So was I. I was hanging out with your wife.
How many raffle tickets did you buy again?
24,000. No, I know.
It's like 10,000.
I forget.
Yeah.
By the way, I've lost every time. I did it with Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
And you want to see the look on his face when I spent $5,000 worth of raffle tickets?
Yeah.
He's like, I can't. And he goes, pull it out. And we strung it from like one section to another section.
That was at the Super Bowl, right?
That was at the Super Bowl. I've done it like 5 other times, and I've lost every time.
See, we're your good luck charm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Eagles were in the Super Bowl. He did it at a Flyers game. You would figure the luck would carry over.
It's not a hard science. No. It's kind of the luck of the draw.
Are you shooting today, Bert?
No, we have a table read at 1:00. So slow roll to a day.
Love it.
I bought an expensive coffee maker, so I get iced coffees
in
my room, and then we're going to the gym. The gym here is amazing. And then slow roll, go over to the studio. I have a lap that I walk, like it's a mile lap around the studio that takes you past like old sets, and then we'll do a table read at 1. We'll fix a script after that, and then I'm heading out to the lake house for 4th of July.
Well, that's great, man. You got the life.
And real quick, your Porosos, your vodka. Can we get that in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Delaware yet?
Leanne, can we get Porosos in Philly yet? Not yet.
All right.
Trust me, I will call in the day I can. Tom and I will go out to Philly, and the world will know.
Okay. Excellent.
Only the places I love are the places that I mentioned. Like, I know we're available in Tampa. I know we're available in Chicago. I know we're available in Texas. And I'll let you know when Philly shows up.
All right. Well, Bert, thanks for the special check-in for Casey's 50th. We really appreciate
it. Happy birthday, Casey. You sure you don't want to come over and say happy birthday, Leanne? Oh, she has clothes on. Never mind. It's not.
Hey! Oh, thank you, Leanne. She's so sweet.
She is.
I love
Thank you,
it.
Leanne. Appreciate you.
And you're totally Casey's type, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Love you guys. Thanks,
All right,
Bert.
love you guys.
Take care. We'll see you. Bert Kreischer, guys. A check-in for Casey's 50th birthday.
Thank you, guys.
How awesome is
This
that?
is great. Thank you.
Yeah. Hope you're enjoying it.
Super appreciate it.
Yeah, just a little love thrown your way for just for being an awesome person. We do have a guest scheduled outside of the birthday celebrations, and that's Jerry Bruckheimer.
Yes.
Who's going to be talking about F1, the movie, which is in theaters now. We should go ahead and take a break now, so that way we can talk to him. We can get in the bizarre file. Oh, wait a minute.
What?
There's something coming into the studio right now. Casey, look to your right. Look to your right. From Angelo's Pizzeria.
It happened?
We have brought you cheesesteaks from Angelo's, dude. Marissa set this up.
Oh, my
Look at how yummy that, and they brought pizzas, too.
You've been raving.
I don't know what's in this box. Feel
Hang
how
on.
heavy this is.
Oh, my God. Dude.
That might be all the cheesesteaks
It might
in the
be
world.
cheesesteaks,
This
right?
has got to be, Casey, that's like 8 pounds.
Well, hang on. Let me take this
Take
off.
that off. It still weighs a ton.
Okay.
Let's look inside of it.
Yeah.
Let's look at this pizza.
And where is it?
Oh!
Holy Christ. Look at that.
Baby.
Oh, my God.
Do I have
Is
to
that-
share?
That's like Detroit style.
That's Detroit style.
Oh, my goodness. It's got some...
Case.
oh.
All right, so where's the location, Case?
This is Angelo's in South Philly.
Established in 2013.
Yep.
If you want to go back in time.
Yeah, Angelo, this is their
Nice
Instagram.
streak.
Angelo's _pizzeria _South _Philly.
Man, it smells so good.
It
my
is.
goodness.
Okay.
Now, you haven't had one yet, have you?
I have never had one. I went and waited in line for a little bit, and then I realized I didn't have the time. It was like over an hour wait. So
It's that popular.
it is.
Yeah. I
now,
thought you managed to score one.
in the last couple of weeks, 2 days ago and like 2 weeks ago, I had two of the best cheesesteaks I've ever had in my life.
All right.
I won't talk about those places right now because I'm hoping that this is going to be number one.
All right.
Have a bite?
You going to sample? You going to do it right live? Let's do it.
All right. Casey's taking he's like a medium-sized bite right there. Get a flavor for that seeded roll and the Cooper Sharp cheese, and he's in deep in thought.
Yeah.
And now he's got a face. He's got an ecstasy face right now. As
He's
he looks.
actually
He can't
shooting.
speak. His mouth is full. And look at me when you do that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. Okay.
I was texting with a friend of mine the other day about how cheesesteaks have gotten better.
Yeah.
Like there's just been this uptick in the quality of cheesesteaks. Angelo's is responsible for that. The other place, and this is damn good. The other place I went to the other day is called Johnny's in Bryn Mawr. I got their cheesesteak, and then Del Rossi's. Those right now, and then Cosme's is really good as well. Those are my top 4 cheesesteaks in the area. Guys, thank you so much.
This is a contender, huh?
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, we didn't hear. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's, yeah. Go ahead. Try and speak. By the way, Angelo's is on 9th Street, 9th and Fitzwater.
There we go.
In
Excellent.
South Philly.
Thank you.
To be specific, 736 South 9th Street.
And the fact that it's still warm, like, it's so good. And there is more, right? Like, for
It looks like there's 200.
Thank you, Angelo's. You guys didn't have to do that. That was wonderful. Marissa reached out to him. She knew how important this was to Casey, and on his 50th birthday, we figured we'd call in and see if they might be open to it. So
that pizza looks damn good.
like, oh yeah, more cheesesteaks coming. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. Jerry Bruckheimer will be joining us. Bizarre File on the way, and it's Casey's birthday. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
You chose. Everybody's laughing at you. I forget you. But change is the exception. Time to breathe your life outside this shadow. When the people laughing at you, Dad, you got to say, hey, hey. My wicked eyes to see that I'm the one. With the world on my shoulders. Go, wing out of your way.
guys sound so damn good.
We gave each other the nod there,
Yeah,
Preston.
we were like, Coheed and
so-
Cambria, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. It's Shoulders. That's just awesome, man. We love that song. Are a lot of these songs, now you're playing these acoustic today, obviously, are a lot of them born on the acoustic guitar or they start somewhere else?
Liars Club may have been born on acoustic guitar, but not in that fashion. Probably more like it is on the record. And I think Shoulders was just sort of right into like an amp.
Okay.
So it was guitar driven, but not acoustic.
Yeah, I guess everybody has their method of writing songs, or they might just be kind of scattershot, doing it here and there. How do you do it?
That's kind of what I do. It's just it really all depends. Like I'll write something maybe on piano. I'll rock on acoustic guitar, synthesized program stuff. I'll do whatever like sort of inspires.
We have a friend, and we're very lucky to have befriended this guy for a number of years now. His name is Michael Giacchino. He's a composer, and he has done everything from he wrote the music for The Incredibles.
He just did Thor.
He did the recent Thor film, and he did the Batman. And
Right.
he's like the guy. He's like the John Williams.
Amazing. And a complete, you would pick up with him immediately, you guys, because he's a pop culture nerd to the 10th level.
So he's from New Jersey, and we've been friends from him. We've been to his house in LA and all this stuff. But anyhow, I'm always fascinated with orchestration, how it can start here on the piano, but it ends up being multi-instrument on something completely different, samples and all these things. And does that... You don't hear that right away, do you? Or, when you're writing a song and maybe playing it on this instrument, but maybe hearing it on another one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Like clarity definitely comes with like with the sound. I could absolutely play something here that I might not vibe with, and then go and play it on piano or program it, and all of a sudden it feels like a different world, and it works. So it's like this is the nucleus now of the song.
I've always wondered that.
The reason I brought that up, the reason I brought Michael up is because he has a whole orchestra to choose from and to pick, and I'm like, well, how do you know that's an oboe that's going to play that part? When you have all these things to choose from.
And it might be an acoustic performance here this morning, but Josh is getting a workout in the back, and I am impressed by the tambourine on the left foot, Josh. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I know. This is pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking this is more confusing than playing the drums. I was watching him. I'm like, what's going on back there?
I couldn't take my eyes off of Josh the whole performance. It was mesmerizing.
We were connected. I could feel it.
That's it. So he's sitting on an instrument that's called a cajon, and then he took a tambourine and just shoved his foot through it, through the hole, and he has an egg shaker.
So I think it's the... He's got it all back there. He's like one of those guys with the cymbals between his knees and the
That's where this all ends. I'm okay with that.
Josh,
I don't want to say he's carrying the whole band, but I mean,
Josh, the next thing you
One
know,
guy not singing.
Josh is out on Fisherman's Wharf with a case out in front of him, and
Hey,
it's come to this.
do you like
now.
my monkey? I wanted to ask, speaking of Josh and drumming, and I doing research, and I had not seen this, and I don't know if this is even remotely true, but at one point was Taylor Hawkins, did he do any studio work for you guys?
Yes, he did on the record No World for Tomorrow.
Okay, what was that experience like?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, we were kind of going through some turmoil, and Taylor just kind of brought an energy that I think we really needed to, pull Travis and myself out of the rut we were in.
Right. But I don't get the impression that you employ a lot of hired guns when you're putting your music together, do you?
Oh no, not really. I mean, usually when it's auxiliary situations,
Okay.
like maybe some Latin percussions, or this last record we had a fellow by the name of Kreischer come in and help with the orchestrations and things like that. But primarily this is the performance.
Right. Yeah, it just sounds fantastic. It really is. Is it difficult because you're so firmly entrenched with your style? You're again many years. You're talking about how long you've been at it, and hopefully we're serving the purpose of bringing new people into the fold. Is that something that is in your mind, or if it happens, it happens?
Like bringing extra people,
new people to the cause.
We have done it in live performances in the past. Background singers, auxiliary keys, that sort of situation. I mean, I think about.
I was meaning on more like a listener fan base.
Oh,
yeah.
Bringing them in how?
In other words, because people who are unfamiliar with your music, who may have perceived you a different way, not realizing, is that something that you look to do, or is that even?
Absolutely.
I mean, anybody would want more ears on their stuff, but I wonder if that's an active modus operandi there.
It is. It's definitely. The music is very personal to me, and I think it has a very universal quality to it.
Right.
Concept sort of aside. And yeah, I would love to reach a bigger audience, and I think it has the potential to do that.
Yeah, it's funny. I just quickly, Preston, bring up like when we had Ghost and Tobias Forge in here, and it presents one way, and then you see, it's actually like this, and and you can sort of clear misconceptions about what we've learned about you and how fascinating the whole thing is. I think a lot of people are now finding that a very intriguing aspect. So hopefully we're helping in that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think so.
By the way, Josh had tweeted out earlier that he was appearing on the show this morning and got a tweet back from Zach Myers of Shinedown and said to tell us all hi.
Cool.
Here at WMMR. Do you guys have buddy bands, guys that you, for some reason or another, a whole other band that you've become tight with? I mean, you tour with other groups. I'm sure you've played festivals throughout the years and things like that. That's for any of you guys. Any other bands that have become, really tight with Coheed and Cambria?
Well,
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. There's numerous bands that I think we all have toured with throughout the years that we've gotten closer with relationship wise in the past few years. For me personally, I have our friends from a band that we toured with early on called Thursday. Some friends from a band called Circus Survive that we toured with a lot. They're actually from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
How do your shows? How do they? I mean, obviously they differ in how long your set is. But when you do like a festival type of setting where you have to shrink everything down, how do you guys approach that?
It's just like that, basically.
Right?
You just play faster. It's the full concert, just at 78.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't get the sound checks, you don't get that sort of attention.
Right.
So yeah, it's really kind of a run and gun situation.
You know what I never really thought of was in those type of settings, the festival shows, because you talk about like lighting and stuff like that, like how that all works. Because we have our MMRBQ every single year, and I never really paid attention to, because you guys have your own lighting guy, right? So or lighting people. How many people do you got doing your?
I think there's just a lighting and video tech. I
Okay.
believe. And then of course all
the other
setting it up.
Yep. So your question was?
Well, just how that, I forgot that I didn't even ask the question.
What do you guys like to eat?
No, how that's, because it's.
I forgot I had a question.
Well, it started getting answered, and I was like, maybe the question got answered. I have
on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest is going to be joining us on the Xfinity Mobile guest line. And if you have enjoyed movies like Top Gun Maverick, Days of Thunder, Crimson Tide, The Rock, Armageddon, Remember the Titans, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
He's the man that's produced these, and he's got another high-energy, star-studded film that he is promoting that's opening now, and it is called F1, the movie. Please welcome the legendary Jerry Bruckheimer to the show. Good morning, Jerry.
Thanks, Preston and Steve. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me on.
Our pleasure. The movie looks great. Before we go on, we actually had a chance to meet you years and years and years ago when you had the press junket for Pearl Harbor. Steve and I were amongst some of the crew that went to that event, and it was amazing. And I remember you particularly. You were taking pictures of people who were wearing Hawaiian shirts, and I was curious if you ever did anything with that.
Yeah, I have a nice collection of Hawaiian shirts now.
It was a means to the madness.
That's great, man.
Listen, Jerry, your pedigree is legendary. I look at you and I see you flourishing, and I think there is hope for Hollywood to turn around. Because obviously it's been some tough years, but you are a force of nature, and in this case, with F1 and Joe Kosinski, the director. again, a movie that needs to be seen in the theater. I know so many people say, I got to see it in IMAX, and then you also have the shaking seats of the 4D as well. So, but let me ask you a question. I was reading an interview with Joe Kosinski, and he was talking about the inspiration coming from the series Drive to Survive. Is that, in fact, the case?
That's right. He was watching it during the pandemic, and he realized that they were focusing on the last place teams. F1 is the only sport, first of all, there are 10 teams, 2 drivers to each team, but it's the only sport where your teammate is also your competitor. So it creates enormous drama, and that's where the story started. Joe came up with the story. We went to Lewis Hamilton, who's a 7-time world champion in F1, and he agreed to produce it with us. And then we went to Brad Pitt, and Brad Pitt loved the idea, and we got a phenomenal movie in the theaters right now. It's by the same team that gave you Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, and what I love is that so much of Top Gun Maverick was practical flying and in the actual vehicles, and the word is Brad Pitt himself, learned how to drive, and you're seeing a lot of very physical, real-world things going on in this movie, correct?
Absolutely right. They took them 4 months. Damson and Brad started in just open wheel cars, and then they went to sports cars, and then they went to F4, F3, and finally into our car, which is an F1 car with an F2 engine.
Now, rumor is that at some point during the training that Brad Pitt got a McLaren up to 197. Is that true?
That's true. We just did it about a week ago.
Oh, okay.
We got our cars up to 80. That was about as fast as the insurance company would let them.
I want to ask you, talking about that and being through the years of producing movies and Days of Thunder, the ability to cover this kind of driving and this kind of, down low and with the driver, I assume it's a quantum shift forward in what you were able to bring to the screen with all the technology the way it is.
Well, this time we had 15 camera angles on the car, used 4 at a time. Also, Apple financed the movie, and they took their iPhone camera, enhanced it so it could be IMAX, and put it on 2 cars in every race, in 9 of the races. So some of the footage you see is going 220 miles an hour by their drivers.
Hey, man, I wanted to ask you, there was that race that took place, that street race in Vegas. And I remember seeing reports that when filming was taking place, you guys were there getting footage there as well. Were you actually there for that and getting film?
Yeah, we did it 2 years in a row, and we filmed actually. That was the scariest race of all the races that the guys drove in, because it's a street race and there's no runoff. So if they miss a turn, they go right into the wall. But fortunately, we didn't have any accidents. We were very lucky.
Since you're the guy who's behind so much of this, and you have people like Tom Cruise and you have Joe Kosinski and these people who want to really push the limits, you want to put out the best stuff there, but do you kind of say yeah and then turn around and bite your nails down to the bone? I mean, or are you just used to it now dealing with these high-octane people?
You sort of get used to it, but I got to tell you, our last filming was in Abu Dhabi, and Brad's last lap, he got out of the car, he was unhappy because he wanted to do more, but that was my happiest moment. When he climbed out safely, that was it.
Yeah. And you were going around to Formula One races around the world and actually jumping in and getting the crowd shots and getting him driving and the drivers. You're getting this footage when you had the opportunity to, and kind of running and gunning it for a while.
Well, it wasn't running. It was pretty designed. What we did is we put our cars out there in between qualifying and practice. Now, the first time we did it was at Silverstone in front of 140,000 people live, and then 100 million people on TV around the world. That was pretty scary. If Brad had gone into the wall there, that would have been it. But fortunately, he was so well trained, and he's such a great athlete that he did phenomenal. But you know what? The driving's great. But it's an emotional story. It's funny. It's romantic. It's for the whole family. It's an amazing ride. The sound's great. Great album, from Doja Cat to Ed Sheeran to Rosie to Tate McRae.
Nice.
Chris Stapleton. So it's really a phenomenal soundtrack also. And Hans Zimmer did the score, who's maybe the greatest living composer.
He's phenomenal. Jerry, with all the films that you've been a part of and with all of the high energy and stunt-oriented incidents that I don't want to say incidents, scenes that take place, as the person that's there and getting ready to see this stuff happen, you've got to have still, even though you're jaded to it, you still have to have some nerves, even though you're working with the best in the business as far as stunt coordinators and go. Do you still have a little bit of anything can happen sensation as you're filming this stuff?
It's always that way.
Yep.
Days of Thunder, I think we had 30 cars, and when we were finished, we didn't have one left. They wrecked them all. But on this one, these cars were so expensive, we had to be much more careful with them.
Let me ask you, Jerry, because obviously the people are starting to return to the theaters thanks to your efforts and Tom Cruise and the movies that you're putting out, because it's such an essential part, that collective being with people. Are you seeing, like, for example, the press push for Superman? I'm seeing a lot of movies now returning to that robust, building the excitement, trying to get people back in the theaters. Are you sensing that the tide is turning?
Absolutely. This summer already, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 hit movies out there, and ours has become a hit also. It's a phenomenal movie for a first time. In other words, it's not an IP that's been around like Superman. This is something brand new, and we are the number one movie in the marketplace.
Jerry, with the success of Top Gun Maverick, which we all love here, is that part of the inspiration for, I know that there was an announcement, we just talked about it this morning, Crimson Tide potentially, that's kind of the beginning of a thought, but also Days of Thunder. Did that success lead you to, maybe considering these other great titles?
Absolutely. We're working on all of them. But you got to get a great script, and that's what F1 is. We had a terrific script from Aaron Kruger. It's really something that you have to see in a theater. It's explosive, immersive. It's a lot of fun. It's a great ride. You walk out feeling much better than when you walk in.
Love it.
That's a good result.
Yeah. Jerry, I want to thank you. I'm 49 years old, and when I would go to see movies in the 90s especially and see your logo with Don Simpson and driving through the desert and the lightning strike before the screen, before the movie would start, I would literally get excited with Dangerous Minds and The Rock and Armageddon and Enemy of the State and Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, I got more hyped for the movie because your name was attached to it. So thank you for what you did for me as a movie lover in the 90s.
Well, hopefully we'll do it in the 2000s, too. We got a good one here.
Absolutely. The reviews are great. Everyone who sees it loves the experience. And again, see it in a theater and see it in a big screen theater.
Yep, F1 the movie in theaters now. Jerry, thanks so much for joining us. Have yourself a great holiday weekend.
Thanks, Preston and Steve. Really appreciate you having me.
You got it, man. Jerry Bruckheimer, guys. I mean, some of the best movies out there.
That guy, so when they know how to take care of their people.
Yeah.
He does. Don Simpson, you're mentioning, Nick, he passed away years ago, so Jerry's been basically running everything. Right. But, the success is in he's hands-on all the time. But, I mean, he's like old-style Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Warner Brothers, hands-on producer.
Yep. All right, let's, after that, move on to a little business. And we have Bizarre File stories to share with you right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Neumann University. Preston and Steve's YouTube live stream is powered by Neumann University. If you're looking for online bachelor's degree completion programs, doctorate programs, graduate programs, you got to join the webinar. It's coming up on July 9th. More information available at newman.edu. Well, there's a right way to do things, wrong way, and then there's whatever this guy did, and it happened locally. Real estate broker John Bolu wanted onto an American Airlines flight so badly that just after midnight on June 26, he ducked into an exit-only lane at Philadelphia International Airport. A security guard stopped him. But Bolu claimed that he had forgotten his phone, and then he threw a $50 bill at the security guard as a bribe.
There you go.
To get into the airport.
Right.
When that failed...
Maybe you look the other way.
He barreled past the guard and reached gate A20 without even passing TSA. Police located him on the plane. He made it on the plane.
It's okay, I'm a limo driver.
Which had to be emptied and canceled. Bolo later... pleaded guilty to evading security. And on Tuesday, a judge gave him a year of probation, a $200 fine, and an order to repay American Airlines $59,143 for the canceled flight. Yeah.
Wow.
Expensive lesson there.
They already got the $50.
But here's the interesting thing. He had a ticket for the flight.
Then why?
I do not know.
Why?
I do not know. All right, Steve, you'll love this one. Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Carlos Ruiz, was just doing what many senior enlisted Marines do. They're looking out for uniform standards, and instead, he stepped onto a hornet's nest. In a since-deleted Instagram post, Ruiz used an old picture to make a point about uniform standards. And that means wearing it the proper way and all of that. And he blurred out the face. They blurred out the face of the soldier wearing a metal-strewn World War II era uniform. And he said, or he posted, uniform standards have entered the group chat. And they wrote, Exhibit A, this is what it looks like when we don't have a standard. Make sure to check for all uniform guidance. However, that photo was Audie Murphy, Steve.
Audie Murphy,
the most decorated American soldier
in World War II.
of World War II and one of the most decorated American service members of all time.
If you want to know what this guy's about, watch the movie To Hell and Back.
Yep.
Audie Murphy plays himself.
He does. The image was quickly taken down after soldiers and Marines on the service's respective Reddit boards had a field day as they united online in confusion and sarcasm to lightly roast the top enlisted Marine. Ruiz, who seems to be well-liked as a senior Marine who has kept his focus on issues of importance to junior Marines, whether they be serious or just plain funny, quickly deleted the post and appeared to issue a full apology on Instagram. He wrote, earlier today, I posted a picture of a great American hero, Audie Murphy, and he said, in poor taste, I linked his uniform to today's regulations. My sincere apologies, as I meant no disrespect. There is a history linked to that photo and why his decorations are where they are. It shouldn't have happened, and there are no excuses.
I mean, you literally could not have picked a worse example to use than the most decorated soldier of World War II.
Separately, a spokesperson for the Marine Corps said the post was an unforced error with the message being sent should have used a Marine as should have used a Marine as an example. It said that there was no intent to disparage a great American soldier. He just made a mistake.
Yeah,
but he picked the wrong
Preston, Gomer Pyle.
Yeah. Come on.
There you go.
All right, a woman allowed a girl who was under 10 years old to drive a car through a Scottish village, according to a court. Sophie Lee Gemmell admitted culpable and reckless conduct after footage emerged of the incident. The young girl was driving the car barefoot and in bad weather. At court, she admitted culpability and recklessly and without utter disregard for consequences, allowing a child to drive a motor vehicle on a public road in poor weather and barefoot to the danger of others, in particular to the child.
I was driving my kids to school.
But a video of the incident, which lasted about a minute, was seen on. She posted it on social media. It shows the child driving in the dark.
Could be a problem in the long run.
Using the wipers and indicators and peering over the steering wheel. She's barefoot and music is playing as well. So I guess she can't drive barefooted. Gemmell can be heard cheering during the video. Sentencing was deferred to obtain a criminal justice social work report. Well, this is messed up. Oh, really? One more? Oh, okay. Well, okay. No, I'm not going to end with that one. How about this one? Kotati, wherever that is, police department officers allegedly found more than 70 empty Bud Light cans while searching a DUI suspect's SUV on Sunday night.
You been drinking, son?
70. The driver was struggling to stay in one lane when he was stopped. During the traffic stop, officers noticed an open beer can in the SUV's cup holder. A field sobriety test showed the man was driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.25. More than 3 times the legal limit. The driver was arrested for DUI and driving with a suspended license.
You've got this all wrong. I'm building a robot.
Their license was suspended from a previous DUI charge as well. Once the driver was arrested, a search of the inside of the car was completed. The police noted and said over 70 empty beer cans
70
were located. Wow. And that is what I have in this morning's Bizarre File. Let us take a break. We'll return with the lesson question, the trash, the music news, and don't forget, it's like a Friday, so we will be giving away our Word of the Week prize. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
But the light, so you talk about the sound on the stage, that's one thing, right?
To flesh that out.
When one band ends and all of their equipment and all that stuff goes to the back of the house, and then the new stuff comes out, but like the lights don't come down, right? So you have to work with the lights that are in-house.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Unless, of course, if you are headlining the set, then you can bring in your situation. But yeah, if you're just one of many, yeah, you're.
I assume you put sanitizer on everything too, just to make sure you're not catching colds and stuff. So.
Well, listen, Coheed and Cambria are getting ready for their own tour. Themselves putting on their own production, and it's getting underway. They're doing rehearsals right now. Kicks off, actually, this says on Tuesday in Miami. That's where you guys have your first show?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good luck. And Alkaline Trio is going to be on that bill as well. But they'll be back here in our area on July 27th, the Leah Chorus Center, and tickets are available at coheedandcambria.com. And if you've been looking for a nice body of work and you've never dove into the Coheed and Cambria catalog, it's all there for you.
Sitting right
There's
there,
a
ready.
Story waiting to be had.
It's if you're a fan,
be entertained.
They're talking to John Anderson from Yes,
Yeah, we just had him on last
talking
week.
about it's there. If you say they don't make it anymore, they do, and you, the guys that are doing it. So it's awesome.
And Josh has removed his tambourine from his foot just now.
It's hard to jog with that on.
The gig's over, man. Taking it off. You guys are awesome. We love you. Thank you so much for coming by this morning. Wonderful to have you. Let's hear it for Coheed and Cambria, Josh, Zach, Travis, and Claudio. We will take a break, and we'll be right back. Make sure you stay with us. Kath, so I don't know if we should do a weekly segment or not, but Casey's Adventures could certainly be one of those.
We could call it DDIY. Don't do it yourself.
Don't do it yourself.
My adventures with home improvements.
What was the last one?
It was a ceiling fan on the front porch.
The ceiling fan.
The door wouldn't open because it was actually colliding with the blades of the ceiling fan.
Yeah. So that was that. That was last week.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the two gentlemen who live on my street. They were walking down to the beach yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, is that the ceiling fan that you put up?" I'm like, "Yes, it is." As a matter of fact, only took me 2 tries.
So, new adventure this weekend, and listen, one that I think other people can sympathize with.
That's why we opted to go with this, right?
Yeah. So
I certainly have a passion when it comes to this particular topic.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather hear from you and your passion than me go into the entire saga, the 2-day saga that this was.
Well, just give us a thumbnail.
I will give you a
from
thumbnail.
there.
So I'll just how everything started was
You were trying to mount a beached whale.
Saturday morning, my wife was making bacon, and she took the bacon out of the oven, and it set off the fire alarms,
Right.
the smoke alarms,
Mm-hmm.
and they're hardwired. So when one goes off, every single one in the house goes off,
right?
Until you clear the initial smoke alarm. So the smoke alarm went off. It triggered everything else. Everything went off, and then as soon as all the alarms went off, the smoke detector started chirping. All right, so it's a smoke detector. I believe it was a smoke and
carbon
monoxide detector.
Right.
So it starts chirping. The thing is, when it chirps, there are a few different things that chirps could mean. So it was a 5 chirper, right? So it would go beep, 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 beep. I think that was 5.
Right. It was.
Thank you. What that indicates is that's the end of life for the smoke detector.
For the unit itself.
For the unit
Not
itself.
you.
Not me.
You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated.
Beep 5 times, please.
Yeah. And
Machine gun defense unit activated.
this was Saturday morning. Beep, 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 beep.
Right.
Okay. Well, so my buddy's an electrician. I asked him what I should do. He said, replace them all, right? So I'm now at Lowe's.
You're going to replace the physical units.
We're going to replace the physical units. Now, this also does require turning circuits off and using electricity. I'm not comfortable with it, but I had just replaced the ceiling fan the week before. I felt confident that it was not going to electrocute
You're a master
myself.
craftsman.
I'm getting there, Steve, right? I'm an apprentice at this point. All right, long story short. 7 smoke detectors later. 7 and 2 days.
Right.
Of changing smoke detectors, interchanging smoke detectors, taking smoke detectors down, almost 48 hours of this because it was chirping the entire time. It chirped all day Saturday, all day, all night Saturday night.
It will drive you flat out of your effing mind.
I was constantly on the phone texting with my friend Phil, who is an electrician.
And you appreciate the service that it provides.
Yes.
It is a life-saving device. We've seen in the news situations where places without, you've had loss of life. So you understand the importance of it. Doesn't diminish how goddamn annoying it can be when it's chirping away and you're trying to get it to stop.
And when I had taken the initial alarm detector off, when that stopped chirping, when that was unplugged, the one in the back room started chirping, okay? When I took them both down, the one in the spare bedroom started chirping. Beep, 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 okay? So I'm like, I took them all down. And then my last final ditch was to
replace the fan.
I called Rodney. Rodney, who is
the
an engineer.
Yeah.
He's not only an engineer, but he's also a firefighter.
Yeah.
He said, my electrician friend, he goes, I think it's a wiring issue. I'm like, how can a wiring issue just happen out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Right? So my last final ditch effort, if this thing did not work, what I was going to do is I was going to take all of the smoke detectors off of the ceiling, cap the wires, and just use battery-operated, not hardwired smoke detectors because I can't take the chirping anymore.
Okay.
So.
Because I'll have an observation when you know this about battery-operated.
Right. So Rodney recommended that I turn the circuit off, that I pull all of the batteries, the spare batteries out of the smoke detectors, turn the circuit back on, okay? And then put the batteries back in. Okay,
so what happened?
So I turned the circuit off, still chirping. Start taking batteries off, still chirping. Okay. I turned the circuit back on, put the batteries in, everything's still chirping, and I'm like, well, screw it. I said, I'm done now. I'm absolutely done. So then, one by one, I take the one smoke detector out in the kitchen. I take the one smoke detector out in the spare in the back room. I take the one smoke detector off in the bedroom. And then the one in the hallway, and I have them all in a box, and I'm getting ready, and I just hear beep, 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 beep. Now, I hear the beep, 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 beep coming from the back room.
Right.
Okay. I go, and I'm looking in this back room for a smoke detector, right?
I would love to have seen the look on your face.
I'm like, I took.
You have all the smoke detectors in boxes.
In the box. There is where is this thing coming
the
from?
smoke detector's in the house. Get out.
I'm standing in the doorway, and I hear beep, 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 beep. And I look down, and it was the carbon monoxide detector that was plugged into the wall the entire time, and it was never, ever, for 2 days straight, never was the chirping ever coming from the smoke detector.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so you have to understand when these things chirp.
All right, they all sound the same. Yeah.
They all sound the same, but I guess the frequency of what it sounds like you're in the room.
So we have an old house of a Victorian farm. It has countless. So there's our main level, the second level, and the third level, which is basically a bedroom. The third level, and then the basement. You're right. So right that when that frequency, it ricochets all over the house. There have been countless times where I'm standing there with the step ladder and I have a case of batteries.
33 WMMR and message in a bottle. It's 4 minutes after 10 o'clock. It's a Thursday morning. Feels like Friday. We're treating it like Friday. So we're going to get to our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. At the end of our program, we will give that away today, which is pretty cool. We've been celebrating Casey's 50th birthday, but off air, he just pointed out that today, Casey's birthday is tomorrow, but today is Mike Jarek's birthday.
That's right.
We were talking about that yesterday.
He looks
briefly.
fantastic.
He does look amazing. And from our sales department, it's Paula Decker's birthday.
Oh, we love Paula.
And then
Paula's the best.
And wait, Jacky's was yesterday, right?
Jackie's was yesterday,
Yeah, a lot of people on the in and around this time in our circle have birthdays. And Nick's is coming up on the 20th for crying out loud.
How about that?
Yeah.
When you see this many birthdays in a month, when do you finally say, what the hell's going on?
What's going on here? Why are all these people born? I don't know what to think about that. No, but Nick's going to be 5-0 as well.
Yeah, I've shared this before, I'm sure, but Casey and I were born in the same hospital in the same month, 2 weeks apart. I was late And I had, I don't think it was an emergency C-section, but it was a C-section. And so Casey and I were both born at Riddle Memorial Hospital 16 days apart. Wow. Casey's July 4 and I'm July 20.
That's pretty wild, man.
What are you doing for your birthday?
I don't think much. The following weekend, Dave Matthews is in town, so I'll be going to the Friday and Saturday shows, and we're going to do a little mini college reunion. So I think just celebrating with some college friends at Dave on Friday and Saturday, the 25th and the 26th.
Nice.
I can take the interviews we had today and AI in your name.
All right.
We could do that.
Yeah, I like all those guys.
Chuck D'Amico has stepped up to the microphone.
Oh, wait.
Wants
I
to
got
chat for a
something
little
for him.
bit.
There
You
we
got
go.
theme song.
Listen closely, Casey. That's rock music right there. You hear that?
I do. We're going to be playing some rock music in a little bit, by the way. Yeah.
We just listen to this. We could all just sit around, listen to my records. Listen, I thought I would pop in and really try to say something nice to Casey for his birthday.
Okay.
But I'm having a tough time.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't hate fish. I heard you talking about how much I hate fish.
You're more a steak guy, though.
Yeah. I just kind of hate, like, their life's work.
Okay. All right. That now it's starting to make sense. Okay.
Yeah.
You hate their life's work of bringing joy and happiness to millions of people.
Yeah, but those people aren't me. Like, it just doesn't happen for me.
Thank you, man.
Also, the only person not to respond to request, for a call-in, Mr. Fish himself, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Trey couldn't make it.
But we did try. We tried.
Did you hear what Casey had actually reached out? Were you aware of this just organically?
Yeah.
Right, Casey?
I reached out. I have a contact over who works for the band. And so I just reached out to her yesterday. I'm like, hey, turning 50 on Friday. And they're playing in Boulder, Colorado. I was thinking about going. But anyway, I'm like, could we try and get Trey on?
Well, they're playing in this area, too. When is the show
2 weeks.
and where?
Yeah, it's the 15th, 16th at the Man.
Right, so he could have gotten something for himself by calling in and promoting the show.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be just for you.
So this is, I can't believe you're saying all these nice things to me for my birthday.
If you've watched Preston, their relationship is in the needling stage now. It is in the constantly going at each other stage. There's tremendous amounts of love.
There
but
really is.
It's now in the brother younger brother kind of. I'm surprised you didn't give him birthday punches.
It's not that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I might whisper into his mouth later or something like that. But no, listen, I love you, man. You're a great human being. You're a really, really good person.
Okay.
You're a really good person. You make me a better person.
Aww.
You're a man built for others.
Sexually.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, man, I just wanted to tell you on the air that I love you and I think you're amazing. And happy birthday.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
And that's sincere.
Yeah, I was saying,
as witnesses to their friendship, that's sincere.
I was saying to Nick a little bit earlier today, this is like weird for me. I don't know how to respond. Just know that I'm grateful. I'm very, very grateful for our friendship, our relationship. I'm very grateful to Preston and Steve and Nick and Marissa for doing all this. This is unnecessary, but I really do appreciate
Casey,
it.
take a note out of the Robert Kelly book and just go.
What's a nice testament to you, Casey, is Marissa was able to reach out to Brandon Graham. I was able to reach out to Eric Lindros and Bert, and none of them hesitated. They all said yes immediately. They wanted to wish you happy birthday, and it was because of how much they care about you. So
You hear that, Trey Anastasia?
One guy hesitated.
Yeah, one guy.
One guy.
Too busy making garbage noises.
Happy birthday.
Should we take a couple of calls here? These people have been on hold for a long
Why
time.
not? I think it's only appropriate if people want to express their.
All right. Daryl is up. Hey, Daryl, good morning. Oh, wait, hold on. Say that again, Daryl. Go ahead.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Daryl.
MMR Rocks. We're rocking this place. This is awesome. Woohoo!
I know this guy.
Yeah, you know this guy.
Rocking.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that guy.
From the clip that Pierre plays all the time. We're rocking tonight, man.
The longest running station ID in MMR.
Yeah, it's a perennial favorite.
Nice. Excellent.
Yeah, that goes back to the spring breaks at Temple University. Where
Wow. We did that. That's when we first came on board.
Right. Casey, thank you very much for your friendship. You guys all rock, but I mean, Casey actually has been somewhat of a friend, even though we're not close, we don't exchange numbers, but you guys all rock, and Casey, happy effing birthday.
Appreciate you, Daryl. I hope to see you soon.
Thanks, Daryl.
All right. You guys rock. Thank you.
We're rocking. Whoa! He does have a good scream.
He does.
He does.
We will go next to Joe. Joe, morning, bud.
Yo, what's up, man? All I did was get out of the shower.
Oh, nice. All right,
Of course you did.
You got something to say about Case?
Yeah, I just wanted to preface, me and Eric Lindros actually share the same birthday. So Casey's birthday is legendary because on February 28th, all I ever get is, so what are you, like 9? And I just say,
it's a little bit, yeah.
No. If it was the next day, I would be because I'm not born on a leap year, idiot.
Oh.
So is it
But,
the idiot thing that gets you all the love?
Yeah, get lots of love from that.
Yeah.
No, anyway, it was like 15 years ago or so, the scavenger hunt at the Westchester thing for the houses. Casey Boy was there. He had to leave, and I wanted a picture, so didn't even hesitate for like half a second. He was like, "Hey, dude, no problem. So we got a picture, and I know you guys all get a million pictures with Casey. I don't know if he still does this or not, but it was funny because he has his hand around your waist during the picture, and when they say 1, 2, 3, and they take the picture, he like squeezes your waist like he's about to get shot. It's funny to me.
No, we get in close.
He does it.
And he does this. It's a warm, genuine thing. So the arms go around somebody asking for a picture because that's pure Casey.
But he still squeezes me after all these years too, man.
Cool, man. Yeah, legendary birthday, brother.
Thanks,
Happy
Joe.
birthday. Love you guys.
Appreciate it, bud. All right, Castile Kyron is joining us. Hey, Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, Case, man, happy birthday. I did a little math and I figured out from doing the Casey things for you, the Caseyisms, I've listened 3,100 days of my 13-year career at my job. Wow. And what I have learned, because I'm literally keeping track of what you're saying, I have learned that there are very few humans that contribute so many selfless acts as you. I've listened to every concert recap. I have listened to every event recap of people calling in and saying that Casey took the time to talk to us. Casey made us feel special. Hell, you rode your electric scooter with your painted nails and Birkenstocks over to the Mud Hen when I was there for my birthday, and you weren't even planning to be there.
Nah.
You're a good guy, man. You don't give yourself enough credit. If the world had more people like you, we wouldn't have to worry about a damn thing. You are the bro. You are the man. You're kind with your time, with your money, with your your just personality is so giving. You are exactly who everyone should be.
Casey.
And I know that we are not like, legitimate friends or whatever, like we're buds or whatever, but you are somebody that I will look up to for the rest of my being.
I need you to stop talking.
No, listen, Isla is saying the truth.
Yeah. Kyron. Thank you, Kyron.
Guys, this isn't about me. Let's
No. Let's move it on from you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it, bud. Take care. All right. Wow, now everybody's calling in,
I
guys.
know.
And
We
we
don't
gotta
have to do this.
All right, we'll go to Dave McKay. is on with us. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
It's an honor to talk to you guys. Casey, boy, I love you, brother. Happy 50th birthday. I'm telling you right now, the Preston and Steve show would not have been the success it had if it wasn't for you back in the old days at the other station and all the hard work you put in over these years to make this show one of the best shows ever in radio. So I love you so much, brother.
Oh, dude, thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate that.
Just everything you do, man. The Bend to the Shore ride, the charities, man. Just the time you give to everybody. And, I've had the pleasure of meeting you many times, and you've always been so nice and cordial to me. And, like I said, you're the best, brother. And I'm so happy you raised a great family, man. And you're just a hardworking man, and you're an example of what all of us need to follow, brother.
Well,
I love you guys.
Love you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Dave is one of the best winners that
Yes.
when he
Yeah.
wins a prize on MMR.
Yeah.
I did a tally. He's won 21 million prizes.
Craig Legons is on the line, so let's go to him. Hey, Craig. Morning, man.
What up, white folks?
Yeah.
Casey, we met February 29th, 2008, the first time I was ever on the show. In the 17 years I've been coming on the show, and the 53 visits I've had, you're always the first person to greet me. You're always the first person to show me love when we meet at off the air and at screenings and events. You always allow me to jump into your arms and hold me.
You know why that is, Craig? It's
Why is that?
because you
smell good,
grope me, and I look forward to that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I look forward to receiving your love and for not pressing any charges. I just want to say for all the love you're receiving today from your favorite people, from BG to Eric Lindros to Bert Kreischer, and from me and from the millions of people whose lives you've affected over the years, none of this absolves you from the hatred I feel for you for forgetting that Frederick Douglass and Fred Sanford are not the same.
In my defense, I didn't forget anything.
No.
I just didn't know.
It was a picture of Frederick Douglass, and Casey thought it was Red Fox. He thought it was Fred Sanford.
Yeah.
And the hatred continues.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Take
Deserved.
care.
Happy birthday.
Oh, sorry.
No,
All right.
Frederick Douglass's phrase that he was known for was "Shut up, dummy."
All right, let me go to Tucker. This will be the last call, and then we're going to move along. Hey, Tucker, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, man?
I want to say happy birthday to Casey. I always know when Casey's in the room because I hear somebody behind me say, "That guy's not really blind."
He's faking it.
And I turn around and it's Casey.
That guy's faking it.
That guy's faking it. He can totally
Every
see.
time, yep.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you, Tucker.
All right, see you, man.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
We do have to do a couple other things. We're going to give away a prize with the lesson question. You need something, John?
No, I'm gonna split. But Case, you feeling better?
Dude, I feel great.
Yeah, you had a sick stomach earlier.
I threw up earlier this morning, but I washed it down with a cheese.
Was it from that horrible music we had to play earlier? Is that what
That
it
was before that.
Yeah.
It actually brought me back.
Ah, there you go.
He's all good now.
All right, love you, pal. Happy birthday.
All right, let's do the lesson question for today. We're giving away a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Young the Giant in the Open 2025 tour. Saturday, July 12th at the Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Here is your question. According to Gary Lauer, Casey is now what kind of boy? All right, it's a new nickname for Casey from Gary Lauer. That call was around 8:05 this morning. 610-660-9333. If you were listening, you heard Gary Lauer call Casey. It was a new nickname. What kind of boy is he? 610-660-9333. While you call him with that answer, we'll fire up the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. From replacing a dangerous old electrical panel to smart home upgrades, the expert technicians at Horizon Services have seen it all and can fix it all with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Book today with Horizon Services and help is on the way. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, social influencers Gigi Gorgeous and Nat Getty announcing they are divorcing after 6 years of marriage, proving they're both giants in their industry. They have completely influenced me not to care.
Oh, my God.
Even though confessed killer Brian Kohlberger killed more people than anyone in Idaho's death row, his life will be spared thanks to a controversial plea deal. The move has prompted the other death row prisoners to ask how many more people they can kill to get the same deal. And finally, Ray J telling TMZ he believes Diddy should have been found not guilty on all the charges he was facing. When asked how he came into his legal knowledge, he cited the Kim Kardashian sex tape, saying, "From behind." That's your honey.
All right, T. We will see if somebody knows this answer. According to Gary Lauer, Casey is now what kind of boy? And we will go to Jimmy.
Jimmy!
Try and get that answer. Yo, Jimmy, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right.
Happy birthday, Casey.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, what kind of boy is he now, according to Gary Lauer?
Tall boy Foster.
Tall boy. Hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Young the Giant in the Open 2025 tour, Saturday, July 12th at the Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Rocket Pop Ice. Just landed at Rita's, and you can top it with firecracker glitter for the perfect gelati. Rocket Pop Ice is here for a limited time only. You can try it before it is gone. Foo Fighters surprised fans yesterday with the first original material since 2023 and a new single called Today's Song. And it was released to mark the 30th anniversary of their 1995 debut album. We got it yesterday and played it for you, debuted it, so that is why they released it on that day. The single has a lot of personal meaning for the band, especially Dave Grohl. Artwork for the single features a white bird painting by his 16-year-old daughter, Harper. He also posted a heartfelt letter thanking former bandmates, including recently fired drummer John Freese, early drummer William Goldsmith, guitarist Franz Stahl, and the late Taylor Hawkins, who, of course, his influence he called ever present. The release follows the group's Minor Threat cover drop earlier this week and signals what Dave describes as the opening salvo of our next chapter.
I'd be curious to read what he wrote to the fired drummer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know about the specifics, but yeah, he just was thanking everybody for being a part of that group. I just got this from Sarah Parker. She sent this to me. Black Sabbath Brunch is coming to Doom Bar on Saturday, July 5th, so day after tomorrow, hosted by Radio Sarah. Doom is at 421 North 7th Street in Philly, next to Franklin Music Hall. And with Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne's final concert ever taking place that day in the birthplace of heavy metal, Birmingham, England, Doom will be open early at 1 p.m. to make up for the time difference and stream this historic festival here in Philly on the bar's big screen.
That's pretty cool.
So it says, cure your Independence Day hangover with a one-time only breakfast menu featuring special bacon from Zigzag Barbecue, plus menu items for vegans and special brunch cocktails. And it is free to attend, pay as you go for food and drinks, with trivia by The Blizzard and prizes raffled off every hour from 1 to 4.
I want to go and try the Ozzy. Oh, man, I messed it up. The Ozzy oatmeal. Ozzy oatmeal. Never mind.
Let's just move on.
Prizes.
What did you even bring that up?
Prizes include vinyl records, T-shirts, ghost tickets, ritual burlesque tickets, puzzles by...
I want to take everything back I said.
Puzzles by Exit 4, Escape, and more. What did you say?
I said I still got it.
Yeah. That sounds very cool, actually.
Yeah. Speaking of Sabbath, they have gone plastic in honor of the last gig ever in Birmingham. Legoland Discovery Center in Birmingham, England, has revealed a devilishly detailed tribute to the city's most famous rockers, with none other than Ozzy taking center stage Lego style. Set inside a mini villa park, the very venue where they're going to be playing their last home show in their hometown. The brick-built Black Sabbath scene stars a microphone-wielding Ozzy, complete with signature round specs, flowing locks, stained glass windows, and just the right amount of mischief. It was created by the center's expert master model builders. The tribute riffs on decades of rock history, giving fans of all ages the chance to see the Prince of Lego Darkness up close. And it's part of the center's permanent Miniland experience, which celebrates iconic Birmingham landmarks and legends.
We're looking at a picture, but it looks awesome.
I love it. Yeah, so that is going to be at their Legoland there. And then one last story I saw this morning. Joe Perry of Aerosmith spoke about the status of his Hollywood Vampires supergroup, which features Alice Cooper and Johnny Depp. And he said that they are working on a documentary. He said it's got some great stuff on it. I just saw a rough cut, and it's pretty amazing. He said, I'm still pinching myself that this band actually got moving because everybody's got other things going on, especially Johnny. He said, it's not like I can't do this day. It's like I can't do this month for Johnny. When he's on a project, he's got to carve out months, and even then, it has to be he has to be available for things. So when I'm in L.A., I've seen him work, and it's like, man, that's tough. He said, I know that everybody would love to play some more with the band, and I think that the last record we did was amazing. It was so much fun, but we get into that documentary. So I don't know. He said, right now, everybody's tied up, but I know that in the back of everyone's mind, it'd be great to get back together again. So anyway, we will see how that goes.
Do you have any estimate on how long it took Joe Perry to say all those words?
I mean, dude, he's not a very talkative guy.
No.
I've interviewed him a couple of times in my career, and it's like, oh, my goodness. So, all right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you this morning. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the show. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize, so don't miss that. We'll return in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Standing like I'm hunting African game.
Right.
Like, because, and then you are sure, and it takes forever. Why don't they include a blinking light on the one that is chirping. We have the Nest system, which is very good. Mind you, no complaints. It updates. It does this whole thing. It also has a thing where if you're walking down the hall and you get in proximity, a little bit of light shines down from it to illuminate your way at night. Nice. That's nice without 8 or 9 cats constantly setting it off. So the batteries, I'm forever. That's why I got like a battery caddy. But that slap echo around the house makes it impossible to find out where it's coming from.
I implore the whole family. I fortunately have numbers on my side. And I'm like, all right, you go in that room, you go in that room.
Oh, my God.
Everybody shut up, be quiet, and listen.
Can they come over to my house?
But here's what I need to know. Here's what I need to know, Casey. At this moment, when you realize that it's the carbon monoxide and you've done all this work for 2 days, I've seen you freak out before. Did you A, have a hissy fit, freak out and scream, or were you just so defeated and deflated that it wasn't even worth the effort?
There's a C here. There's a third.
C. Okay.
I was relieved. You have to understand, I had been in every single room. I was relieved. And it was funny, especially based on what had happened to me with the ceiling fan the week before. I mean, this is classic me. And so I was relieved, right? And so much so that I had gone, my wife was in the shower and I ran into the bathroom and she's like, get out of here. And I was like, dude, it was this the whole time. She's like, lies. Now you have to understand where the where the carbon monoxide detector was located. It was in the middle of the triangle of smoke detectors. So you would have thought that because at one point I did have the backroom detector out and the kitchen detector out, right? And you would think you would know then that it was the carbon monoxide.
It was in the exact worst position it could be to confuse you.
Because when I took the kitchen and the back rooms out, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom, which was
that's the issue
3 yards away.
That's the nightmare.
So Preston, I was absolutely relieved at this point.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I would have been
crazy.
I would have been pissed.
You can and Preston, it's never at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Right.
It's never. Oh, I just happened to have the ladder out, and my pockets are all full of batteries.
Yeah.
It's always like you're going to bed on Sunday night when we're getting back into the schedule, and you got to wake up at 3:30 the next morning, and then it's about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Beep.
There was also one other thing with the battery-operated one that I bought a battery-operated one because we do have one detector that's not hardwired. And I, hey, don't hit this button. And there's a sign that says don't hit this button.
Right.
Well, I did that on the back of the smoke alarm where it says like deactivate. And I was like, oh, what does this deactivate button do, right? So I deactivate the alarm. And then I read the directions, and the direction says, once you deactivate, you can't reactivate. I was like, God damn it.
Oh, no.
I'm like, I just bought this.
You hit the self-destruct button.
Why would they include a full...
So, Casey, I've read this a few times during this course of this conversation that apparently carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower to the ground than smoke detectors, and some smoke detectors are more... reliant on heat than they are the actual smoke rising to the smoke detectors. But carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower because I guess the carbon monoxide is heavier than air itself.
Yeah. So what I have in my detectors, my smoke detectors are carbon, I think dioxide, CO2, and then the monoxide I have down lower.
Gotcha. And then peroxide if you're dyeing your hair.
I'm going to go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good. What's up, Susan?
So you know what? Everybody's like hit on the exact same points that happened to me last week. So it was the end of my vacation. It was the night before I'm going back to work.
Yeah,
1 a.m. There goes the chirping. And it's the same thing. I have the hardwired smoke detectors, and I was like, okay, I want to get up and reset it or, test it. And my son has to wake up early for work. He's got to go in. So I'm like, okay, can I just deal with this for like another hour until he has to get up? So he gets up and he's in the shower. I'm playing around up at the ceiling, pulling it down. And finally I get him to disconnect it, and I still hear this chirping. Now I have, Preston, you have that issue with your ear. You kind of lose the ringing. So, and I kind of lose the sense of where a sound is coming from sometimes. Mm-hmm. So I'm laying there in bed all night long, and it's just chirping. I'm like, I have this disconnected. Why is this still chirping? I don't get it. So finally wake up when my alarm goes off, and I roll over, and now I hear the sound. It sounds like it's coming from the corner of my room. So I'm like, okay. I look at the carbon monoxide detector, and I'm thinking, don't even tell me it's been this all night long. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. I unplug it, I take the battery out, and the chirping finally stopped.
It was the same thing Casey went through.
Exactly the
You you just want to die.
I did.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and now, like, my first day back to work after vacation, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. All right. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's hearing that incessant. You know, nothing about smoke detectors have they made easy, simple. Like even changing the battery on some of them, trying to wedge that battery inside that little door that opens up on some of those things.
What? So here's the deal.
And then you put it in the wrong way. Is it working?
Mine takes 6 batteries, Preston.
6 batteries?
6 AA's. Each one of them takes 6 AA batteries. I didn't realize that every single battery has to be disconnected or it will continue to chirp. If you have one battery in there, it will continue to chirp.
Well, it also holds
I've
the
actually
charge.
replaced right. So, but once that's out, it shouldn't chirp anymore, right? So I took all the batteries out, and and I didn't realize that, and then I replaced the batteries, put it back up, only to leave it to chirp again.
Yeah.
Again. A blinking light, something that would just let you indicate that that's the one chirping would make all the difference in the world.
Why can't that happen?
One little stinking light.
So, Steve, what I was when I finally did read the directions from what I think, from what I read, after you take the battery out, you basically it's holding some of the charge from that battery, and you actually have to hit the test button to essentially bleed that battery energy
All right.
out.
Well, I've had, on the Nest ones that I have, once all those batteries are out, it stops.
Yeah. Well, this is with a 9. I don't know if 9 volts are different than
these are
AA's or whatever.
six AA's.
The other
mine
thing
takes
is,
9 volts.
Rodney was like, "Are the batteries still okay?" And I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, did you do the tongue test?" I'm like, "I'm not doing that.
I don't like doing it.
I don't like doing it. I'm not going to do it."
Hang on.
Find a hooker.
I'm going to go to Phil. Hey, Phil, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bug you at work.
No, what's up, man?
So, not so much smoke detector, but on that aha finally moment.
All right.
I was doing some work in my home. We were getting ready for newborn, doing the nursery, the whole thing. Messed some wiring up, and I somehow put my water heater on the light switch for the basement. So after we were working all night, covered in insulation, go to jump in the shower, no hot water. Run down to the basement, water heater's running. This went on for 3 days.
Wait a second. So every time you go, every time you go down the basement, you turn the light on, and the water heater would be working.
Water heater would.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's so funny. So every time you went down there to check it, it was running because you turned the light on to see.
Dude, that's great.
National Lampoon's moment.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Phil. How did you finally figure it out?
I got to the top of the steps and I heard it shut off when the light went off. I finally heard it poof out. I was so mad.
God.
But so happy at the same time.
Oh my God, that could have gone on forever.
Yes, it could have. You could have gotten a whole
the
new
light stayed
system.
on for 3 weeks.
That makes you
I
think.
didn't touch it again.
Yeah, it makes you think of a Christmas Vacation with the garage light.
So I have to ask, Phil, did you rewire it or do you just leave the light on all the time?
The light stayed on for almost 3 weeks before I got enough to just go down there and fix it.
Okay. Oh my God, that's great.
But it was finally fixed.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I saw
That's hilarious.
I saw on our screener info here that it said water heater, and I thought he was going to say they have those like overflow.
Yep.
Indicators, little alarms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Case?
Yeah.
No.
So if you have like a drip pan or something like that for your water heater,
Okay.
there's a little monitor you can put in there that detects moisture, and it'll go off and let you know.
Yep.
And I've had that going off, and I'm like, where's that effing sound coming from?
Where's
And
that
not knowing what it was.
sound coming from?
And we had like a leak under our sink.
Where's
It was
that sound coming from?
it wasn't the water heater, it was something else. And I couldn't figure it out. Of course, Rochelle knew
There's
exactly
nothing on here.
exactly what it was. But that drove me crazy. That was me walking around the house trying to figure out where the sound was. Let me go to Blair. Good morning, Blair.
Hey, Godzilla, friend.
Godzilla. What's up, Blair?
So I just have to say that I appreciate this conversation because when I was virtual teaching, all these kids would unmute themselves to do whatever in class, and their smoke alarms are going off in the back. And so I don't know where these heathens are in the world that think it's okay to just keep these going all the time, because I'm in agreement with you. I like twitch every time I hear one.
The frequency at which and it's meant to do that, it runs down your spine.
Mm-hmm.
And I teach in a suburban area. I mean, I don't understand how these people that decided to live outside of, like, the city world, how can tolerate that type of sound. It's awful.
And there, I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could sleep with that going on. Some people do. Well, you talked about the conundrum of doing the run through with the smoke alarms not waking up your kids.
Oh my God! The entire thing went off. It was the middle of the night. Scared the hell out of us. Right. The house was on fire. We never did figure out why it tripped off.
Right.
But all the alarms in the house, it's a hardwired system. All the alarms went off in the house. Not one of our kids woke up. Not one of them slept solidly through the whole thing.
How?
Excruciatingly loud. I have no idea. Me, on the other hand, and this is a completely different story, but I remember when I was a teenager, a cricket somehow or another got in my room.
Yeah.
Memer.
In my bedroom, and it was, I couldn't find it anywhere. And just that little.
That's enough.
All night. Drove me crazy. I got up with a flashlight and turned all the lights on. I'm just ready to murder this thing.
What do you put out to lure a cricket out into the open?
Yes, you're just screwed. So that was, I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's happening, Joe?
I could not call in. I'm a fireman in Philadelphia.
Ah.
And there's a couple things with the smoke detectors. Like, we changed the code in Philadelphia where no more batteries. They're disposable 10-year fire smoke detectors now.
Okay, so the whole unit, disposable.
Disposable. 10 years, boom, boom, you're done, you're out of here. And that's the law now in Philadelphia. And they won't tell you this, but the reason they changed that is because people, every Christmas, we'd get calls to put in smoke detectors.
Yeah.
And we go out there and find the smoke detectors don't have batteries in them.
Yeah. And you know what? And I would imagine, Joe, some of that was just either laziness or they forgot about it or couldn't figure out how to do
they
it.
needed the batteries for the toys.
Oh, they're taking
for
the batteries.
toys.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so we might burn down, but the doll will work right.
I remember one in particular. I just could not get that frickin' rectangular 9-volt battery into that little son of a bitch. It drove me crazy.
You have to make the connection on top, and that won't fit in, that little rubbery thing with the two terminals on it.
Well, no, this one is, there's just this little slot that the battery.
Oh, I know.
93.3 WMMR. Some things that rock. And what the that is Fish with a song called No One's Listening Anymore.
That's not nice.
I know. I'm just playing, brother. It's called You Enjoy Myself, and it's only 9 minutes and 41 seconds long.
It is what we call a composition. It's what Beethoven would have done.
No one's listening to the station anymore. No, I get
Fortunately, Ray Koob is CPR trained, so he'll bring things back to life here in just a moment when he comes in.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. 50th. I mean, it's not, it's a special birthday.
Yeah.
And you could play a nearly 10-minute long song.
What are they saying, by the way, when they...
Yeah, what are they saying?
It's Italian. It's like wash uffizi, drive me to Firenze.
Okay.
Any idea what it means?
Yes, Uffizi, we were just talking about that.
It's the museum in Florence, and Firenze is the Italian word for the city of Florence.
Yeah, so it was a cab driver, and he said something like, wash uffizi, drive me to Firenze.
And they like I guess the rhythm of that sentence and used it as a basis for a song.
So Trey, the guitarist, and John Fishman, the drummer, spent a summer like busking in Europe, and then they became friends with this German guy who at some point he says, when I'm with you, you enjoy myself. And so that's where the title of the song came from, You Enjoy Myself. And then it was on that same trip with the Wash Uffizi, drumming to Firenze.
And that's from 1985.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. I'm like, the music of the 80s, you were in your heyday, and they were doing that, which is not, does not reflect what the sound of the 80s was. You know what I mean? They were their own sound. Thank you guys for letting me play that 9-minute and 41-second song.
Certainly, it's what you get for that's your birthday gift.
Thank
right
you.
there. Nice.
Thank you.
I will take a moment to thank people that were involved in celebrating Casey's 50th birthday. Todd Glass sent in a nice message.
Yes.
Even
Sent to the wrong person.
Sang a little bit. I would like to thank our friends from Visit Delco.
Yay!
Who stopped in this morning and presented Casey with a wonderful certificate. And it's Casey is a lot. He said, I am a lot, because Delco is a lot. And they're right. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
Yeah.
So Casey got that, which was nice. And thank you to our buddy Bobby Manshore, the Eagles pep band. The rest of the band was busy or is out of town. And so we were trying to get the whole band to come and play for you. Yeah. But Bobby came in and sang
an a cappella version
of the Eagles fight song, which was cool. And our friends from Acme made up a special cookie cake for Casey's birthday,
which is the best.
And Marissa wants to thank our friends at Wetzel's Pretzels.
Yay!
Casey loves Wetzel's Pretzels, so we got that as an appetizer this morning.
That was great.
Then we had Brandon Graham on. How great was he?
We love Brandon
What an
Graham.
awesome conversation, man. He is such a nice guy. And then I couldn't believe he called our phone. Eric Lindros checked in from the wilds of Canada.
I never thought Eric Lindros would be calling my phone.
He's a funny guy, Eric. You know, you would never expect that he had that kind of sense of humor, but he does. He's a good guy.
And then we had the amazing Bert Kreischer on the program. And Bert, we had a nice long chat, and he's a fan of Casey Boys, so it was really cool to have him on. And I want to thank very much so for getting up early and cooking this up fresh for us this morning. Seth and the group at Angelo's Cheesesteaks.
Man.
The Angelo's, the pizza is out of this world too, man.
It's just, you just look at it and you realize it's fantastic food. I can't wait to try some, but Casey, I mean, that one pie weighs like 60 pounds.
Yeah, well, so there's been so much buzz about Angelo's for quite a while now.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, like, yeah, it's totally worth it. Like, that is one of the best cheesesteaks and best pizzas I've ever had in my entire life.
Well, you appreciate the effort. They got up early and did it so everything was warm. It was terrific.
Yeah, and I ate half of one of those cheesesteaks. It's phenomenal. So thank you very much.
You don't have to eat for the rest of the week now.
I'm good, man. I'm solid.
It's like juicy.
And thank you, very much so. And thank you to Nick and Marissa, who do a lot of legwork and getting all that stuff together and making this happen today. So his actual birthday, the real party, is taking place tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yep. So we're looking forward to that. Ray Koob is indeed here.
Good morning,
Night. Good morning to see you.
It
Ray.
is. And I got to start with saying happy birthday to my dear friend Casey.
Thank you, Ray.
Who 2 days ago got the letter from AARP. They know when your 50th coming, and they snag you.
And I saw it. I'm like, oh man, they know already.
You're gonna get free stuff. Don't worry.
Oh, good.
And not only do they know right when your birthday is, but they have to know that when you get that, you go, oh.
It's like getting when the mail from like Forest Lawn has your actual name on it instead of occupant. It's like, oh, yeah, they're counting.
It's the same sound you make when that little crick in your neck. Oh,
right,
man.
And it's the great part is that when you were whatever age and it's coming for you. No, yeah, it does. It's gonna get you.
Yeah,
everyone gets it.
Yep. So welcome to the club, Casey boy.
And in 2 weeks. Welcome for Nick, right?
Yeah.
We'll be in the 50
I didn't know
club.
that these two were born in the same hospital 2 weeks apart. About that?
They're fraternal twins.
Yeah, just a couple of gestation was a little longer.
I see the resemblance, Steve.
Two different moms and two different dads, but
his head had to grow a little bit larger before he would come out. So, all right, Ray, let's get the letter. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
P, as in pizza, as in fish.
All right. We'll take caller number 6 at 610-660-9333. And we will see if you happen to know what the word of the week is. By the way, before we dive into what you have going on today, Ray, you're also going to be here tomorrow morning, right? Because we are off tomorrow.
Right. And it is the kickoff of the 4 for the 4th block party. And I'll be starting it up at 6 a.m. Well, I'm kind of getting used to that, covering for you guys on the Monday best of. So
we're screwing up your schedule.
That's okay.
Yeah. So
I love 4 a.m. I love 4 a.m.
What's happening on today's radio program?
Well, it's a sad day in rock and roll history, and I didn't realize that both Brian Jones and Jim Morrison passed away on July 2nd, 2 years ago.
Wow.
But we've got
2 years ago?
Or 2 years apart. Sorry.
Okay.
No, 2 years
I'm like,
apart.
damn, that's
God, it seems like forever.
Look, I got that letter a long time ago, Steve. I have brain farts. But no, 2 years apart. So we'll find a way to celebrate that strange thing and the 27 Club and all that. But
Mother, it's 2023.
but we've got the workforce blocks and a couple birthdays in there. A lot of fun between here and there. And, of course, the Coffee Break Music Marathon straight ahead.
Excellent. All right, well, we got our caller on the line, number 6. We're going to go to Matt on the Xfinity Mobile guest line, see if we can get a winner. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Matt, do you know the word of the week?
Sup.
Sup. Hold on.
Didn't put the right thing in. My bad.
Listen, we have to check our word here just to make sure that we do indeed have it. And I got a thumbs up. Yes, we're good. Yeah. All right, the word is sup.
Sup, man.
All right, Matt, we're going to give you $250 to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse so you can sup there and the Iron Abbey as well. And the 4th is going to be unforgettable with great food, cold brews, and good vibes at Iron Abbey's Barbecue Brews Bash, which is from 3 to 10 on the 4th tomorrow. So congratulations to you there, Matt.
Thank you, sir.
All right, buddy, hang on. Have a great weekend. And don't forget to enjoy all you can eat for their 4th event. And have all you can eat barbecue paired with 10 different draft beers or house wine, all for just $29.95 per person. For complete info, you can head to ironabbey.com. All right, I will thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme. Acme markets fresh foods, local flavors. Also, Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. And by JUl Estate Roadshow Buying Event, brought to you by Estate Roadshow Buying Events. You can get cash for gold and silver. Details at estateroadshow.com. Next week on our program, working on some things. One of them will be Lisa Ann Walter in our studio.
Yes, we love her.
Always a great guest, so we're looking forward to that. Hey, rage on. Have yourself a great Independence Day weekend. Enjoy. Be safe. The weather's going to be wonderful. We love you, and we'll see you next week, gang. Bye-bye.